Pleasant good morning to everyone. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance is hereby called to order. Today is Wednesday, July 16, 2025. I want to say a pleasant good morning to all present, listening and viewing. Before the committee today are the Virgin Islands Olympic Committee to defend their request of $300,000 and the Department of Public Works to defend their budget request of $23,958,321. Due to a schedule change, the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority will not appear before the committee today and have been rescheduled for August the 11th. Both of today's budget presentation can be found on the legislative website, and the public is encouraged to follow along or view at their convenience. My colleagues and I expect transparency at all of these budget hearings, and our understanding of the good, the bad, and the ugly leads to us taking a closer look and to be able to balance the budget that strives to honor each agency's unique needs and challenges. This is a collaborative process, so let me thank each agency in advance for their transparency. I also want to take this opportunity to offer condolences to Hank Fusick, who has been a fierce advocate for the Insurance Guarantee Fund, especially going through this budget cycle. I know of the many calls they have made to this, the Budget Committee and Finance Committee back in the days, just ensuring that we continue to preserve and protect the Insurance Guarantee Fund. At this time, I'd like to remind everyone to please turn your cell phones off or turn them on mute as to not to interrupt today's proceedings, and ask the Madam Clerk to call the roll.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, present. Senator Kurt A. Vele. Senator Vele, absent. Mr. Chair, 4 present, 3 absent.
Very well. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Any correspondence to be read into the record?
No, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed with the reading of today's agenda into the record.
July 16th, 2025. Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance meeting. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance will meet on Wednesday, July 16th, 2025, 10 a.m. in the Earl B. Utley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas to receive testimony on the Fiscal Year 2026 budget. Block 1, 10 a.m. to 12 noon, Virgin Islands Olympic Committee. Invited testifier, John Abramson, President. Block 2, 1 to 3 p.m., Department of Public Works. Invited testifier, Honorable Derek A. Gabriel, Commissioner. This ends the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Please also record the presence of non-committee member, Senator Carla J. Joseph, as well as committee member, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. We do have the testifiers seated, and we'll go to them real quickly to introduce themselves, and then we'll go from there.
John Abramson Jr., President.
Phil Reimer, Administrative Assistant.
Try that again, Ms. Reimer.
Administrative Assistant.
Try that again. You give your name again, please.
Chineza Phil Reimer, Administrative Assistant.
Very well. Let's test your mic again, Mr. Everson.
Testing. Testing. Song was he?
Yeah, let's take a 2-minute recess and get the mic corrected. At this time, the Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance stands in recess for 2 minutes. And we are out of recess. At this time, we'd like to recognize the presence of a non-committee member, our secretary, Senator Avery Lewis. Let's go to the testifiers table once again to check the mics. Mr. Avery.
Testing.
Right.
Much better.
Yes, sir. Go ahead and introduce yourself one more time.
John Abramson Jr., President of VIOC.
Good morning.
Chineza Eiffel Reimer, Administrative.
Very well. Thank you. You may proceed with your testimony at this time.
Honorable members of the Finance Committee, the VI Olympic Committee conducted elections for executive members as per its bylaws and the International Charter on the Assembly on September 28, 2024. I was elected president, Mr. Anson Sliger, General Secretary, Atnil Bobby Thomas, Vice President, St. Thomas, St. John, Desiree Miranda, Vice President, St. Croix, and Ms. Bridget Berry, Treasurer. The VIOC thanks the Virgin Islands government and this legislative body for the appropriations we have received in the past. Annually, our member federations submit a yearly budget that totals over $2 million. The VIOC is committed to supporting our athletes in their training and sending them to represent the Virgin Islands in international competitions. The government fundings are critical for the VIOC to continue to provide support to our 24-member federation as well as our elite athletes. Our operating budget for the past 2 years has been over $1 million per year. We must selectively approve funding requests for our members because we have limited money. Our operations has increased, and we will increase our support staff effort over the next fiscal year. Therefore, we are requesting appropriation of $500,000, not $300,000, for the next fiscal year, 25-26, from the VI government. The VI athletes have been training and competing in all sport activities in hopes of qualifying for the Pan American and Olympic Games. We have continued to financially support the elite athletes with training grants as they pursue their training to participate in qualifiers and ultimately in major games. We provide financial support to our federations that support the athletes in competition and training. The federations also use VIOC support to send coaches to further their training. We have athletes in archery, beach volleyball, bowling, boxing, fencing, golf, sailing, swimming, tennis, and track and field, as well as team sports, baseball, basketball, soccer, softball, and volleyball. The VIOC is working to advance the Olympic movement in the U.S. Virgin Islands in supporting these athletes and strengthening the national federations and promoting community engagement in sports. Below is an outline of VIOC's financial goals, priorities for the next fiscal year, including major events, develop funding, a strategic plan, and to reinforce the role of sports in the territory. In alignment with our mission to develop and protect the Olympic movement through physical and educational programs and to promote sports for all, the VIOC has celebrated this past June Olympic Month. Activities were held, the Olympic Day Run on St. Thomas and St. Croix, along with cycling, beach volleyball, and basketball. These were organized in partnership with our national federation. This past year, we expanded our participation to include other national federations hosted on an Olympic Fun Day to showcase our member federation and promote community engagement through sports on Megan's Bay. We usually have the VIOC Golf Tournament. It's our largest fundraising event, held annually at the Buccaneer course on St. Croix with over 18 hole sponsors. The tournament typically raises about $9,000. Unfortunately, this year we had to postpone the tournament due to the passing of one of the golf tournament's founders, a true Virgin Island champion who promoted golf, Nevin Phillips, who passed away a week before the tournament event. Nevin had served as president of the Gulf Federation and was instrumental in growing the tournament and the sport of golf throughout the territory. On August 9th through 24th, we will be participating in the Junior Pan American Games for athletes under 21 years of age. These games will be held in Ascension, Paraguay. The VIOC will be taking a delegation of athletes and support staff in fencing, pool and open water swimming, tennis, triathlon, and track and field. In 2026, the VI Olympic Committee will be participating in the Winter Games held in Milan, Cortina, in February 6th to 22nd. The VIUC plans to send a delegation that includes athletes, notably women, in alpine skiing, downhill, slalom, and skeleton. Notably, the VI athlete, Katie Tenenbaum, represented the territory in skeleton and in Beijing in 2022 Winter Olympics. The Youth Olympic Games will take place in Dakar, Senegal, October 31st through November 13. The VIOC aims to send a delegation of athletes and support staff complete in archery, fencing, cycling, swimming, sailing, tennis, triathlon, track and field, and volleyball. The CAC Games will be held July 24th to August 8th, 2026. The Central America and Caribbean Beach Games will be held in Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. VIOC plans to send athletes to compete in tennis, men's and women's beach volleyball, men's and women's basketball, swimming, track, and sailing. Additionally, the CAC game and teams achieved at the last CAC Games, the Federation. At the last CAC Games, the Team Virgin Islands achieved historic success, earning 2 gold medals in archery and women's basketball, a testament to the growing strength and talent of national athletes. Federation support. Federation support remains our largest expense. We assist federations in athlete identification, grassroots programming, clinics, training the officials, coaches, national events, team travel, and other initiatives. Each federation is responsible to develop its sport and to play a role in the Olympic movement and sports development in the Virgin Islands. For fiscal year 2023-24, we provided $340,000 for athlete preparation. For the current year, we have already provided $175,637, and requests are still pending for senior and junior athletes ahead of the CAC game, the Junior Pan Am Games, and the regional championships. Most of our elite athletes attend universities in the United States, where they have access to top-tier coaching, training facilities, competitive opportunities. However, balancing time of academics, employment commitments, and other demands, training schedule can significantly impact the training, the recovery, and perform at the highest level. This is why the VIOC offers its own training grants to support these athletes with living, training, and coaching expenses. We strive to support the athletes as much as possible, recognizing that financial assistance plays a critical role in helping them achieve their full potential and deliver the best possible results on the international stage. Currently, VIOC provides approximately $3,000 per month in direct athlete support to our elite athletes qualifying for the Junior Pan Am Games this summer and the Winter Games in Italy. The office, to meet our obligations up to the Federation and the international and local regulatory bodies, include the International Olympic Committee, the World Anti-Doping Organization, and the VI government. The VIOC maintains a staffing office with 2 full-time employees. The office serves as administrative hub for the Olympic activities in the territory, ensuring that they timely coordinate compliance support for all programs. In addition, day-to-day operations, we invest in professional development of our staff by providing training opportunities and facilitate their participation in international meetings, seminars, and workshops. These initiatives are designed to help build capacity and enhance operation effectiveness through the use of the IOC developed tools for sport administration, financial reporting, athlete services, and governance. Through this commitment to be continuously improved, compliance, VIOC ensures it remains reliable and efficient resource for athletes, federations, and our partners both locally and internationally. VIOC is currently designed and developed stages to a multi-sports facility which will be housed a permanent VIOC office and serve as a FEMA-approved shelter during emergencies. We have secured $400,000 grant from Pan Am Sports to do this particular project. This is the same project previously presented to your body, and we sincerely thank you for the support that we have provided and look forward to moving forward with this development. All necessary documents have been submitted to FEMA, issued an access road in time for a disaster are currently being working on, and assistance with Vitima and VIHFA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. John Abramson, President John Abramson, for your testimony. There, I want to recognize the presence of non-committee member Senator Clifford Joseph over in the St. Croix chambers as well. Senator Kurt Vielle as well. Good morning, Senator. Thank you for joining us, committee member, Senator Kurt Vielle. Mr. Abramson, have you received all of your funding for FY 2025 to date?
No.
Explain. What have you received thus far?
The only funding we've received was the funding.
Speak into the mic, please.
The only funding we have received thus far was for 2024, and we received that in October of 2024.
So nothing so far for 2025?
No.
Have you requested the funding?
Yes, we have.
Are you in good standing? Or what's the rationale or the reason why you have not received your funding?
We haven't received any correspondence after submitting the request to release the funds.
Okay, and you have communicated with the Office of Management and Budget in respect to this? Or I guess you get the money through a sports park and recreation?
Yes.
Yes.
Have you communicated with the commissioner?
We have, and to date, not a penny.
Not a penny. Okay. So how are you currently operating?
We have our reserve account, and we've been using that as a holdover until we get the money.
Okay. How has this impacted your ability to function?
It has impacted our ability to function quite a bit As of now, we are still booking flights for the Junior Pan Am game, which is due next. Participation is next month. And we've been trying to reroute as well as book flights that can fall within our current budget.
Yeah, this funding, I think we'll need to make a phone call on the break to find out what's the status of that, what's happening there. I want to recognize the presence of former Senator Athneil Bobby Thomas, who is the Vice President for the St. Thomas District. St. Thomas St. John District or just St. Thomas? St. Thomas St. John. Please recognize the mic of...
Athneil Bobby Thomas, Vice President, St. Thomas St. John.
St. Thomas St. John District.
You
Very well.
feel like you're at home, right?
All right, before we go to a round of questions, we do have an emergency meeting that we need to attend. We have an emergency meeting with the delegate to Congress, again, for full transparency that has been arranged by the Senate President. So we'll be taking a recess, and we ask for your indulgence while we meet with the delegate, and then we will come back again for the public's edification. We do have this impromptu meeting with the delegate to Congress, and it'll perhaps last about 45 minutes to 1 hour. So the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance will stand in recess at this time.
Thank you.
And the Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance is out of recess. And again, we want to apologize for that brief delay. As again, we had a very important meeting to attend and take care of some matters. So at this time, we'll open up the floor for to my colleagues for a 5-minute round. And Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, Mr. President.
Morning.
Yeah, it's still morning. And thank you for your testimonies. Of course, we're here for you to defend your budget, and you spoke to the shortfall in terms of your budget, because I know your budget reflected a $64,000 overrun out of July.
Correct.
And you stated you need about $1 million or 500,000?
We needed 500,000.
500,000.
We ain't gonna refuse $1 million though.
But we'll take $1 million too.
Okay, let me ask you though, in respect to the budget book though, because did anyone get a raise? Or is anyone getting a raise for next budget season based on the difference I'm seeing from 24 actual?
We are projecting an increase of about $14,000.
Okay, that's where the difference came from. Okay, let me ask you though, you spoke a lot about training in your testimony. And for the 26 budget season, though, you have a large deduction because for the 24 actual was $307,000 for training, but you're only asking for $60,000. Why? Why such a large difference?
Repeat that for me, please.
You requested for 2026 $60,000 for training, but your actual for 24 was $307,000. To date for this year, the $100,000. So why are you requesting such a less amount for training for next budget cycle?
When you say training, I believe that is for office training.
It don't matter what type of training, but training is very important. So why?
Athlete training, we still have many requests that are pending for the junior athletes and the CAC games and regional championships. And we were thinking when we get the appropriation of $450,000, we will be able to use that money for training.
So that's the plan,
Yeah.
basically. Okay, you also spoke to different types of training and events you do locally to get your athletes prepared for when you go off island. What does that cost you though in that respect? And which area are we speaking to when it comes to the athletes?
In terms of federations,
Yes.
we gave $340,950 to federations last year. This year we have $175,637, and like I said, we have others that are pending for games that are coming up. We have some in August, this August coming. We have CAC games, Junior Pan Am games, and the regional games to fund in the future.
Okay, very well. Let me ask you also, in terms of your operating supplies.
Yeah.
Go to page 3 of the post-audit report.
Page 3.
Yeah. Do you need any type of special supplies, etc., for your 26 budget season? Because I know that there was no entry for this year for 25. I know 24, your actual was $3,436. But you're asking $20,000 for fiscal year 26 requests. Do you have any special
And that budget covers equipments for the office. Last year with the new board that came in, we purchased computers for them. So moving into the new year, as of now, we don't have any needs for new equipment, but we do have some replacements that has to be made.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that explanation. Let me ask you, in respect to community engagement when it comes to sport? How do you go about promoting those events?
Anthony Bobby Thomas, Vice President. We have what is called the Olympic Academy. And the Olympic Academy is the education arm of the Virgin Islands Olympic Committee. We try to spread the value of the Olympic movement, of the benefits of sport in the community. Most recently, we had our Olympic Day event on St. Croix. It was in conjunction with I think it was the Eunice Bedminster Championships, the national championships on St. Croix. And on St. Thomas, we had the Olympic Day events where we had kind of a exposure opportunity from different federations to promote themselves, including like we had soccer, boxing, we had sailing equipment demonstration and stuff. So.
And how do you go about advertising and or marketing that? Because I never heard of it, because I usually am out there, I'm listening, I'm all over the place, but I haven't heard of it. And when I saw it, I was surprised.
I was surprised to not see Senator Blyden as well, because he don't miss. And we do advertise. We have what is called the Olympic Committee radio show called VIOC in Action.
Correct.
We also have our website, and we are developing the social media. There's a transition happening from one body to the next, so we're still working on improving our advertisement as well.
And I see on page 3 of your testimony, you spoke to your elite athletes and you pay them $3,000 a month. How many elite athletes do we have in the territory per se?
In the territory or from the territory?
From the territory, and what do you consider elite?
We consider elite as active athletes that's currently participating, representing us in different events.
And that gets money from us to train.
Correct. So how much do we have and how much have we expended on those particular individuals?
How much we expect?
How much we expect?
Expend.
It's $3,000 per athlete, and as of now, if I'm not mistaken, we have 12 athletes that's currently being supported.
At $3,000 a month.
Okay. I'll do the math. Okay, thank you for that. And before my time is called, I just wanted to put on the record when it comes to Nevin Phillips, he surely will be missed. He was a top elite athlete when it comes to golf. He represented the territory well. His last 2 tournaments in Puerto Rico, I was there with him. And he was one hell of a player, to be honest with you.
He will be missed.
And he represented us well in that respect. Again, Mr. Chair, thank you so much for the time and thank you for your responses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. And before we go to the next senator, which will be Senator Fonseca, do you guys collect any revenues whatsoever?
Yes.
Any donation, grants, philanthropics, contribution?
We get donations. We have a license plate program. We had the golf tournament. We do a banquet.
How much revenues you received thus far in FY 2025? Okay.
This is a breakdown of everything that we got from the IOC as well as this. We haven't gotten the evaluation license yet.
So we got the number. IOC 102. 15,000.
$15,000. What about vendors' payment? Do you owe any money to vendors?
No.
The chair would like to recognize the presence of a non-committee member, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, and at this time recognize Senator Fonseca. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Yes, pleasant good morning to all the testifiers from the Olympic Committee.
Good morning, Senator.
John Abramson, Chair. Welcome. Okay, so I was doing some comparisons, and by the way, I support your elite athlete scholarship programs. I was doing some comparisons between the Virgin Islands Olympic Committee and St. Lucia. Of course, St. Lucia is that island in the Caribbean that has the fastest woman in the world, bar none. Her name is Julian Alfred.
That's correct. We were there.
She ran the 100 meters in 10 seconds.
10.2.
10.72, yeah. And of course, Shakari Richardson, our beloved American, was second, and also Melissa Jefferson was third, another American. But you know, I looked at what she received, right, from her country. And then I compared the budget of St. Lucia compared to the budget of the Virgin Islands. And I want to say it's disheartening. I ain't gonna give the exact numbers, right? But compared to what she got from St. Lucia, which, by the way, in total, it was over $1 million with all the different stuff.
With a home, a car,
Yep.
those things.
Land, everything, yeah,
Yep.
you know. She got, well, from her country alone, she got $370,000 just from St. Lucia. But I want to ask you, the Pan American Sports Organization and the International Olympic Committee, is our committee eligible to get funds from them, or because we're Americans, we're not eligible?
We get 70% of our money from them, those two.
Okay, you do.
That's how we're able to tide over waiting for the 450. Because if they didn't give us money, we'd be dead.
Okay, good. All right, I wanted to get on that. Okay, so the $500,000 appropriation. Tell me about that.
Well, we asked for 450 last year, and we are doing some new things, increases. We thought $50,000 more wouldn't kill us. We need that 500,000 to give to federations so they could prepare athletes, and the rest is for administrative purposes.
Okay, so now tell me about the local training facilities.
I guess I should tell you. You tell me what facilities got.
Well, you know,
we ain't got none.
I wanna, you know, in baseball, right? Let's take baseball, right? And we know it as Virgin Islanders, our youths, when they're a certain age, they can compete with Aruba, the Dominican Republic, everybody, and we beat them. But then when they get to that second tier level, it's like the other athletes go in super drive and we stay in neutral. So I think that there's a time when our athletes are as good as any other athletes, but then specifically in baseball, they get to a certain age level, and I know it has a lot to do with facilities.
Senator, when I was younger, we had Pony League, we had AA, and those things. We had a ball field too in Frederickstead. I'm hoping when the commissioner come later to tell us when the ball field gonna open.
Okay.
Because the ball field been off the book for 20 years.
You're talking about the Paulie Joseph?
Yes, Paulie
Okay.
Joseph Stadium. For 20 years. We lost a lot of players, like you said, in decline because they'd have no place to play. I don't know how the ball field in St. Thomas is, and I'm sure it's not up to snuff, but the problem is facilities are needed badly. We have worked on a multi-sports facility in Nazareth. It was big drawing and all of that. But recently I heard the governor said that we need no gym because we have one already. The point is we need facilities that upgrade the athletes' participation and training facilities, bar none.
Yeah, and I definitely disagree with
One
the
minute.
governor. Disagree with the governor on that because I'm a Eudora Ken graduate, and several of the senators in here are. I think that's the biggest posse in the legislature, the Eudora Ken graduates. It includes the president, it includes the chair of housing, includes the rules chair, it includes includes the health chair and also the youth agent. So quickly, I wanted to go to Senator Bobby Thomas, former senator. Welcome.
30 seconds.
Thank you, Senator.
Give us an update of the facilities on St. Thomas. John was just giving us some specific on St. Croix, specifically the McBean, the Frenchtown, and the Emile Griffith.
And what the president, thank you, Senator. What the president was pointing out is that's not under our purview. Okay, that's under the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation.
Just give me an update how the facilities. Yeah.
I still see us as being in recovery mode. They're not 100% back to pre-storm conditions, and there are current investments into like the stadium with lighting. From what I understand, the project for even Griffith Park, that fell short. The contractor didn't deliver as was promised, so
Time.
it's kind of a modified fix. But to kind of jump back to your question about what the difference is with why our athletes are dropping off, there's no singular answer. It's definitely a community effort that needs to be enhanced. You know, I don't think the community values sport for what it brings to the economy. And I'm not talking sports tourism. As my president, I always give him credit for showing me the term sports economics, because there's so much that happens in the Virgin Islands around sports. Most of the most famous Virgin Islanders are athletes, but we don't fully take the responsibility of saying we need to invest in them. Like, as you mentioned, Julian Alfred, she receives that large amount, those gifts, etc. Do you realize that even Team USA, who is going to win the most medals in almost every Olympics, a gold medal gets you about $35,000. That's it.
Right.
Easy.
So, you know, it depends on the value of the investment and the Virgin Islands. We need to prepare for victories. We just can't want to win by accident and then figure out what we're going to do after that.
Yes, and one final question, Mr. Chair, wrap up. Okay, quick, just going back to the sports facility, Mr. Abraham, in Eudora, Ken, in that area. The soccer field, I understand it meets all international, so if we was to have a Pan Am Games competition, it would be able to be conducted in the Virgin Islands, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Before we go to the next senator, which will be Senator Maurice James, what do you see as currently the priority sporting event for the Olympic right now? What is your focus? What are you seeing most of your athletes trending towards?
Track and field, swimming, sailing,
Track and
archery, fencing. We try and get some other federations like ping pong, netball, badminton, but those haven't come off the ground yet.
what about volleyball? How is volleyball?
Volleyball is
trending?
big, especially beach volleyball. We've been very successful with that program.
Very well. Do you guys offer any scholarships or anything?
Yep, like I told you, we have 12 elite athletes that we give $3,000 to per month
Very well.
for training purposes.
Excellent. Senator Maurice James, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues, testifiers, everyone in and outside the room. I agree with what the former senator said, that we shouldn't be winning anything by accident.
Hey,
And that's our issue in the Virgin Islands. We have to decide how much we gain from investment in sports all around. And so my question really has to do with how much investment, whether it's money or time or a meeting with schools. And I'm going to say this because we know that there was, and it still exists, the 10,000-hour rule. But we know that's not that's only a factor in making somebody a master. You know, I tell people when I go out, you know, you see Simone Biles and you see the swimmers, and you don't realize that they've been doing it from the time they were 5 years old.
5 years old, right.
And that's why by the time they're masters, they've done 10,000 hours or more. But it also depends on, of course, the quality of the practice. So I want to know, what does because at the end of the game, let me just say this, you want to have Olympic athletes, champion quality. What are you doing to make sure that, how do we recognize a 5-year-old that just has the innate talent to run fast, swim fast? Those areas that don't require a lot of equipment, except of course the swimming pool. Sorry, when you think about that. I like what are you doing as the Olympic committee, and how can we improve that as a community?
Talent identification. That's what we try to do. As you know, the schools is real hard to get into, because the schools, some programs like basketball, we use all of the school people for basketball. Baseball, the league players in the schools. But the other sports, other than grassroots sports, most people go to swimming. I don't want to alienate anybody, but swimming is because people have money to do that.
Right.
So
Tennis.
Tennis, have money to do that.
Yeah.
But the grassroots sports, we do all of our identification in that area. The others, most people don't participate in those because of the cost.
But take track and field. I remember participating in tournaments at what was Martin Marietta? Remember? We used to have a tournament. From the time I was 7 years old. Do those not happen again? And that's tournaments that create athletes.
Track and field is kind of special because they do still do things. St. Croix, for example, the complex field is not internationally certified because it's 1 foot shot.
Wow.
So they can have tournaments there and get qualified. The issue is that the federations are taking a lot of burden to do things for the athletes. They make their own tournaments so they can have a place to participate in and do their own qualification.
With money from?
Olympic Committee.
Oh, okay. So you fund?
1 minute.
We
Them
fund
at that level. Okay.
Track and Field Federation and the athletes. We pay for them to go away. We buy the uniforms. When they go for international sports, we cover all the costs.
Can I right now ask you to identify, not you, but any federation to identify a 7-year-old? And the reason I say that is because you are correct in your testimony that a lot of the enhancement of a person's talent occurs at the college level.
Correct.
But
30 seconds.
a lot happens in elementary and high school that makes it possible. And I am speaking from experience, John.
Yes, of course.
As
I know
you
that. I know that.
Right. But where did my training come from? 2 classmates, John Abramson and Clayton Richards, when I hit high school.
Right.
But it enabled me to get a basketball scholarship.
And
so I'm asking.
I have a 35-year-old record.
Right. But how do we, I would just love to see where we are identifying children
Time.
at those levels. May I just wrap it? That's all I just want us to invest more as a community, and that's really all I'm concerned about today,
Bob, you
really.
Correct, Senator. And again, 40 years ago, we had a very robust education system to where the phys ed department could have everything. I did everything from ribbon dancing to trampoline, track and field, everything. Nowadays, we are challenged more with meeting educational standards, and the the desire for somebody to be a phys ed teacher has declined. We don't have the numbers in school like before. Yeah, when I attended BCB for 7th and 8th grade, there was like 11 or 1,200 students. And right now, you can almost fit the entire body for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade in the auditorium. So our numbers are down. Competitions are down. I remember it was the legislature, the former Senator Jimmy O'Brien, in 1985 when they were having the interscholastic event. And everyone was preparing to go to St. Croix, and his testimony was, we cannot afford to spend money for children to play games. You know, and that's a statement in the short-sightedness we have for how the impact of sports is in the Virgin Islands.
Wow, is all I could say to that. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator James. Before we come to the point of information, what about how are we attracting coaches and trainers? Are you seeing a void in that particular area as well?
Not really, but we offer training for coaches at different levels, 1 to 3. Usually, we extend invitation to the education to send the coaches to participate. But recently, as Bobby said, it has dwindled. So they don't come. And to be a coach, an international coach, you have to take an international course and get a level. Level 1 starting and then go upward. But most of them do not participate.
Okay, very well. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your point of information?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Abramson, one follow-up question. How much funds do you receive from the Pan American Sports Organization, the International Olympic Committee, and also do you receive funds from any corporate sponsorship?
We do receive funds in donations. We do not have corporate sponsors right now, but it's in the works. We receive from Pan Am Sports. We received $40,000 from Pan Am Sports. And the IOC, through the Olympic Solidarity, we get about $800,000.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much. The chair will now recognize Senator College J. Joseph. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to the testifiers and you, my colleagues, and the listening and viewing audience. I want to say a special good day to my dear brother in Christ and love, the Vice President of the Olympic Committee, the Honorable Athniel Bobby Thomas. And of course, Mr. Abramson, is always a joy to see you, and also the administrative assistant. I want to follow up on the question that the kind gentleman from Savannah and Bavoni asked regarding regarding the $800,000 that you do receive from the International Olympic Committee, was it? Is that the funding that is helping you to bridge the gap with your allotment? So we have to be able to tie that connection.
Correct. And of that $800,000, about $400,000 goes to the federations.
And the federations, and you are opening another door for me. This money, the $800,000 you get is an annual.
Yes.
So you get 800 annual. What's the criteria for you to receive the 800,000?
You have to apply through various programs.
Okay, various programs. Okay, and is this the amount you normally receive, and what account you have it in?
No, it's not what we usually receive.
Mr. Abramson, just speak into the mic. I know you have a tendency to look over, but you got to speak into the mic. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, let me talk to you about a federation. And you know, you and I have been in a major discussion, heated discussion regarding one in particular federation that is dear to my heart, which is the Chess Federation, where we would resolve in their issues regarding their governance, because they had a lady who was the president of the Chess Federation, and she was not even a registered voter here in the Virgin Islands. She was registered to vote in New Hampshire. Imagine that. And they weren't allowing our young people to have test matches here that would be recognized. I understand because I've been in communication with the true individuals who have our young people interests at heart and are doing the yeoman's job and Herculean's job of training and providing our young people with the opportunities to have matches, test matches, and recognize matches. How are you working with these true individuals who are registered to vote here? And for our young people, those are the leaders who are registered to vote here in the Virgin Islands, both in St. Thomas and St. Croix. How are you working with them while they go through their court case? And I understand there's some type of relief. How are you, as the Olympic Committee, working with them to assure that our children, our young people from the Virgin Islands, are getting the required test matches when they are in competition?
Late last month, I met with the vice president of the IF, that's International Federation for Chess, and they sent me a letter saying that they took it over. We are not to correspond with any group because now the IF is like they did a coup and took all the responsibility. So anything we have to do, we have to send to the IF.
Okay, what about your funding that you give to the federations, the chess federation? Are you no longer going to fund them? And have they indicated IF, who is now the interim, based on the judge's order, and they have to put together their plan, are they now giving the chess federation? Because at the end of the day, we want to see our young people in those test matches. That's the end product.
They will do nothing until they finish their investigation and send me the report, so they'll do nothing. They'll get no money, no tournaments, no nothing.
So our young people are being held
The federation,
hostage.
the International Federation has the authority, and they told me this. The judge could do anything he wants, but who we sanction is the only person that can compete, have tournaments, and send people to represent the VI.
And who is the we? The Olympic Committee or
The International Federation.
the International FIDA? Is FIDA?
FIDA.
FIDA?
That's
FIDA.
correct. So they took over.
They
30
took over.
seconds.
Because at the end of the day, and we have to have some kind of conversation. They're conversing with you, correct?
Yes.
We have to advocate for our young people. At the end of the day, that's who counts. That's who counts at the end of the day, Mr. Abramson. I want to impress you.
I understand that. But FIDA says, do nothing until we tell you what to do. We are going to sanction one organization or the other. And they...
Allow me. Have they given you any time frame?
I understand by the end of July.
By the end of July. So I will be in contact with you. And because it cannot be that they are going to sanction whomever and then we don't have a time frame. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to wrap up, if you allow me to.
You may wrap up.
Thank you kindly. That our young people who are analytical, because chess is an analytical game, and they are not being able to have those test matches. So I'm very happy to hear by the end of the month, I will be checking with you in August to assure that this has been addressed and our young people can now play that analytical game of chess. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much, Mr. Abramson, for your testimony.
Thank you, and I look forward to that.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Lewis, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, the people of the Virgin Islands.
How are you?
Mr. Abramson, I have a question. I asked Sport, Park, and Recreation the same question. How do we think we should advertise the different sports and activities going on in the Virgin Islands? I was looking forward to hear a response from them, but they normally send out a flyer and they normally advertise through their different platforms. But I think for a parent to know well, or an individual, a student to know, when certain sports are being played, offered, where, who's in charge, and so forth. We should have some type of, maybe a directory is not a particular word, but some kind of catalog or some kind of, not brochure, but it should be thicker than a brochure, because if I look in, not in your testimony, but in a post-audit report, I see about 20 different sports.
24.
24, right? And, you know, boxing, fencing, sailing, taekwondo, baseball, chess, football, shooting, basketball, cycling, golf, bowling, equestrian, judo, soccer, you know, all of those things. So when are they offered? Where are they offered?
Well, as I said, federations are responsible for that process. But I have some ideas. Like St. Lucia, when you go to the St. Lucia airport, the wall is all St. Lucian athletes in the airport.
Yes.
We can do the same thing in St. Croix, in Virgin Islands. Put them at Port Authority. When people come, they have a listing. When they have events, we could do that too. Those things are things that we should be able to do simply and cost effectively. But we don't. And I have to say, a lot of it is because of the old thinking of leadership. The paradigm needs to be shifted so we think younger, and we must.
Good. You plan to have a new home, but you didn't put a date when you plan to have the new home, I guess. That's all contingent on us too. What a whole new home would look like?
A new home would look like, I think Senator James hit it on the nail. Have new people, the young people, the younger people. Senator Carla said, analytic game. Chess. You start chess when you 5 years old.
Or younger.
Or younger. So the point is to get the people them in sports, more younger, more activities, more events, more competition. That's what we have to do.
Yes.
That's how the house will look different.
All right. And the one last thing I'll say, that's more of a statement. I don't know what you have planned, but don't stop this Saturday show.
Excuse me?
Don't stop this Saturday show, no matter what happens. I look forward to 2 things to get up Saturday morning, to judge Jamila and to hear VIOC. Now we have Lorena Robinson.
Yeah.
So I listen.
Okay, that's good to hear.
Intensely, you know, and listen to all the games and the activities and what's going on and the history. You know, people should know where they came from and where they're going. You know, I really listen immensely, and used to have Bobby voice there, but I guess I get tired of it now. You get rid of him. And
no,
then,
he move up.
One of my
1
colleagues
minute.
asked you something about how we inspire other individuals probably to be coaches and different things, you know. We have Stumper, and I remember recruiting at times. I mean, I don't know what's going on. In my old age, I started getting more active around the ball field, not playing, but, you know, doing more things on the back end, trying to assist and help.
Very important.
But how could we get more people involved? And again,
30 seconds.
you answered a portion. But
Volunteer
Yeah.
and don't want money. I don't get paid.
No, right.
Volunteer. And most people now, you talk about coach, they want cash, they want money. Volunteering is the community spirit.
and that commitment, because I see some guys at the park every day, day in, day out, and it's a volunteer thing. You know, when they picking up, they're dropping off, they're doing something, buying things out of their own pocket and just giving that time without looking back.
If I may, Senator Lewis, you asked what our home would look like. Our vision for the physical structure
Yes.
would be the dome on the east end, right around the Eudora-Kent campus. The main question is, what will the dome provide? Forget the physical structure, forget that it's going to be a newly built possible shelter, right, which is key. if the Virgin Islands would expand their mindset when it comes to sports, right? We are very territorial as government agencies. So let's say Department of Education, they are the custodians of all of the gymnasiums outside of, and St. Thomas anyhow, outside
And
of
St. Gretel.
Antilles and UVI. Those should not be unaccessible after 3:30 p.m. There are so many opportunities for night gyms where an individual could contract with the department and have night sessions, everything. From basketball, from volleyball, from weightlifting, you can have so much. Our facility that we plan to build, our home will provide an additional facility where you don't have the restrictions of, let's say, I know that one of our federations had a world-class boxing event one time. I think it was at Eudora King. But he could not continue because VI laws prohibit alcohol from being on the high school campuses. If the Virgin Islands would broaden their thinking and say, you know what, we are going to leave all gymnasium facilities to be directly under Department of Property and Procurement, which would alleviate some of the regulations and the preventative measures from being able to have later events and broader events. You see what I'm saying?
Multi-events.
Multiple events. So just the way of thinking and how sports could benefit this community.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very well said, former Senator Thomas. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. I'm trying to figure out a couple of things. You asked in your testimony for $500,000. Your expenditures went to $514,675. You have an allotment for $450 that you'd never received.
Correct.
You get $1.2 million at 800 and the 400.
840,000.
And 40,000?
Yes.
But I was 1,800 and 1,400?
40,000.
40,000. Okay, so I'm trying to get, how many employees do you have?
2.
2 employees at the $41,000
Yes.
salary. Okay, so then have they received any wage increases or anything?
They
for
have,
25?
and we put in for,
They received it in 25?
in 25 they got, and we budgeted for this year coming.
Okay, and then the governor's recommendation is 300,000.
Correct. And please do not give us 300,000.
No, I'm just trying to get
We need the 500,000.
why it's so scattered. So in other words, I don't see how you receive your 24 budget in
Yes.
full. 300,000?
No.
24 was how much?
400,000.
400.
450 and 24.
No, not 24. 24 I think was 400.
450.
450 you received 450 in 24.
24.
25 you have not received a dime.
Not a dime.
Okay. And you covered your employees from what funding?
Our
Out of the 800,000.
restricted funds.
Okay. And they got wage increases. So what are their salaries going to for 26?
We are going up, what, 14%? 14%.
So what would that take them to? Number.
That will take us,
Please put your name on the record,
Yeah.
Ms. Reimer.
Put your name on the record.
I feel Reimer, 14% will give us an increase of roughly 7,000 added to our salary
So
per
you're going to-
employee.
So you're going to roughly 48, 49,000.
Correct.
Personnel. What would fringe give you? What would the fringe be?
The fringe is not here.
Okay, because right now, do you have your I know to ask for actual seems different when you have not received it, but what are you currently paying right now for fringe, for personnel with those wage increases? Can you say receive the wage increases?
They have.
Oh man, talking too loud. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so personnel, what is your total personnel now? And then fringe.
83 200.
883, 200.
83, 200. We're going to 97.5, 20.
883, 200.
83, 200. 8,000, 83,200.
No.
That's what it is now.
8,000.
83,200. That's what it is now.
Okay. 83.
And we're going to 97,520.
Okay, and what are you paying for fringe?
You know that? I don't know that off the top of my head.
Okay, because like I say, in a budget hearing, I'm looking at numbers. So even when you say 450,
Fringe is 9,000.
fringe 9,000. Okay, do you what do you
1
pay
minute.
for supplies?
Supplies. What do you have for supplies?
Breakdown of, I feel Reimer, the breakdown of supplies as of which year? Last year, total
no,
was
25.
For 25, as of 25, it's been 26,013.
$26,030. is it?
1,306. Yeah. No.
No,
$26,136.31.
136. Okay. Do you have any
30
capital outlay?
seconds.
Repeat that, please.
Anything you paid for capital outlay? Any repairs to your facilities or where you? Any capital?
As of the moment, we are renting, so we do not pay for repairs.
Okay. Utilities. What are you paying for utilities?
Utilities has broken down to just electricity, which has totaled $1,475.
$1,475.
Correct.
Okay. You have a other services and charges category.
Yes.
Okay. What comes out of others? How much you paying so far for other services and charges?
As of now, we haven't paid anything because that would
Time.
be falling into our taxes. So our employment taxes has been paid on a monthly basis. Overall, the tax report will be done at the end of the year.
Okay, so I just think, Mr. Chair, in getting the very Olympic Committee in line with how we asked for personnel fringe, and especially because in 25 you have funded all of this out of on your own without receiving that money, is what we need to get clearly so we could make a decision. And I agree. I don't think $300 is definitely the number, but to cover the wage increases and the different things, we need that information in a line. So through the chair, you could submit it based on how we are trying to get that information so we could better see what you actually need.
Will do.
Okay, thank you for the time,
Will do.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Point of information, Senator James.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You caught my attention when you said restricted fund. And so are you jeopardizing that fund by using that fund for purposes other than what the fund was supposed to be used for? That's my first question. And the second one is there an assumption or misunderstanding on the part of the executive branch that number one is the reason why you didn't get the allotment yet, and also the reduced amount for the budget? Is there some disconnect that's happening here?
We're having the restricted funds. We got authority to use them as a layover. First thing, to be legal, we got authority. The executive branch has the old mindset. That's why they said $300,000. They have the old mindset. We put aside money to do just what we need to do. For example, give athletes. We put it aside, so we restrict those funds. But in times of trouble, you have to use them.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Which means, again, if you're utilizing those funds that was earmarked for your athletes, then that jeopardizes the athletes being able to have the money available to them. That's why it's important that we're able to fund you from the executive branch. So I've already put through a call to get a status update on what's going on with the Olympics. committee funds. So I'm awaiting some feedback, and then I'm hoping we could provide that information before the conclusion of your presentation here today. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Clifford Joseph, and he'll be followed by Senator VLA. Senator Clifford Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon to the list. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon to you and your executive branch, I guess you have what you here this afternoon. First question is, just like athlete and everybody else, inflation has leaned against everybody, so I don't understand why you would be going down to 300 and not going up to maybe 6.
I wonder too.
What's your take?
I wonder too.
I wonder. And as far as being a shelter, once your dome is completed, what's the quantity of individual might be able to stay in there during a storm or something coming in?
2,000.
That's wonderful.
Senator, I think it may actually exceed 2,000. 2,000 maybe seating capacity, but with the emergency services, the way they reconfigure for a disaster, it may be more than 2,000.
Wonderful. So what can be done for the continue support of our elite athletes?
Well, first thing is to give us a good appropriation. That way we could keep our restricted funds to give to the athletes. Those two things would put us in good shape. Like somebody said, if y'all could give us $1 million, we'll take it. But as you know, everything is going up. The cost of doing business is going up. And if we want to be at the elite level, like other athletes, we have to spend on them.
Senator, if I may, I'll just give you an example of one of our elite athletes, a young man named Cruz Shembri.
17 years
Family hails out of St. Croix. He is a fencer. He recently won double gold medals in the Central American and Caribbean Championships in Guatemala, meaning that he fenced in 2 different disciplines in fencing, épée and foil. And in doing so, this was Guatemala, I think it was last week or week before.
Last week.
Since then, he had to travel to Germany. He's competing in the World University Games. When that is over, he has to go to Talisi. When he's finished with Talisi, he's going to come back home and he's going to join the Virgin Islands delegation in Asunción, Paraguay for the Junior Pan Am Games, which will begin August 5th to the 24th. So that's just one athlete. So when it comes to support for elite athletes, it's substantial because they keep their ranking and rating. The more they compete and the better athletes that they face, that increases their world ranking. So that's the investment that it takes to keep elite athletes elite.
Well, that was my point starting out, because I can't see we reducing any monies to the committee, the Olympic Committee, in the time that we're in. Everything, even down to your plane tickets, everything gone up. So I don't see how we're going regressing with money at all. As far as you sending off the coaches, how is that working out?
Well, we do send coaches off for training. We also do training locally. And that works out for those athletes, those elite athletes like swimmers, that we do training for.
If I may, Senator, again, I'm going to ask everyone to please expand their mind when it comes to international sports. Unlike a local competition we may have, when we are dealing with international athletes, sometimes the investment, matter of fact, sometimes the necessity is getting a coach from elsewhere. As the president mentioned, our coaches have to meet certain international qualifications to even be considered a coach. So imagine we have a fencing athlete that is traveling the world. We had to have a coach above his level to be able to coach him, or he couldn't even go in the same arena. So the investment in coaching, again, is just as substantial. The Olympic Solidarity Program, they offer funding to send coaches away for training. Again, coaches, like President mentioned, we need volunteers, we need coaches, we need scorekeepers. The community around this sport there's room for everyone. We will never turn anyone away that wants to volunteer and help us to help these athletes to be more successful.
Even broadcasters.
Okay, so as far as the athletes and the parents' involvement, because I mean, a lot of time that will could encourage more individual helping out if you have
1 minute.
parents.
The parents do.
Maybe they'll tie in a little deeper. And maybe even encourage a neighbor or two to come along, because help is needed without question. And we could keep saying volunteer, but isn't it? Everybody is not in a position to just volunteer.
Well, the parents do their job, I must say. They support their athletes. But in most instances, if you want people to participate, they want money. And if we have to pay out money like that, it's less to give the athlete, less places to go, less competition.
30 seconds.
We have to make the community.
Well, for sure then is more than. So we're looking for more. That's why you're here. So hopefully the body should be able to help you out getting some more monies. So that way we could push along. Because athlete it does take a lot of money to be part in sport, to take part in sport. So we have to do what we have to do if we want better results. Because if we're talking about we drop it now, but only one way we could push forward, just like everything else.
Time.
Again, the story, 5 cents, 10 cents. If you want them to perform, we have to find it from somewhere. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair, and thank you guys for the answers.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. The chair will now recognize Senator Kurt VLA. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers.
Afternoon, Senator.
Let's go directly to the lack of funding. In reference to the monies that was allocated, when did you submit the documentation for those funds, seeking the appropriation?
Senator
It was submitted in February.
Okay. And were you required to also submit a financial report for the last allocation?
We did.
Yes.
You did submit the financial report?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the reason why you waited until February to submit for the FY25 allotment?
The request came in January to submit
So you
the reports.
You received a request from the central government in January?
Correct.
And FY24 allocation, you did not receive it until FY25?
We received FY24 allocation in October of 24.
Okay. And October of 24 is actually FY25?
Yes.
So you literally received your appropriation more than 1 year after it was appropriated?
Correct.
Correct.
You know, we're asking a lot of questions, but I mean, if we can't even, if this body is going to be appropriating funds and it's not going to be released to the entities, all the questions we're asking are in vain, because what we're doing is we're forcing the Olympic Committee to utilize funds to be able to maintain the operation that could be used for training and to be able to send our athletes abroad. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What you put in is what you're going to get out. I looked at this year's budget, and you're seeing a $150,000 cut to the Olympic Committee. The Olympic Committee, the umbrella in which all of our national federations fall under. You go to the Department of Education and you see interscholastic programs, the allocation of $125,000 cut to zero. You look under education and you go IAA, athletic programs, from $100,000 cut to zero. Great. So you could see, as clear as day, as to what the intent is when it comes to sports in the Virgin Islands. So it's incumbent upon this body to make sure that these agencies are funded. But now we're seeing that along with providing funding, now we have to advocate for the funds to be released. Because we're funding the body $450,000, and for whatever reason, they receive $0. But when Michelle Smith is returning home, everybody up in arms and saying, "Oh, congratulations, congratulations!" But the central government that's supposed to fund the Olympic Committee isn't funding the Olympic Committee. So something kind of seriously wrong with that. You know, it just doesn't work. I'm going to advocate. I would definitely see, and I'm sure that the finance chair is going to see whether or not they could get in contact with the OMB director in reference to making sure that the Olympic Committee is funded. But at some point, we got to do different. At some point, we got to do better. You know, you can't just decide to fund what you want to fund and fund them when you want to fund them.
Right.
That is the reason why we have a budget. That is the reason why it goes through the legislature and is sent up to Government House. And you're supposed to fund those entities, not just selectively decide that you're going to give an entity the funding 1 year after. You know, if that is the case, there must be some type of justification. So I applaud the Olympic Committee for being able to sustain their operation despite $0 on this GVI for this fiscal year. Additionally, the same national federations, when they're using government facilities, at times they're being charged exorbitant amounts. Is that correct, Mr. Thomas or Mr. Abramson?
Correct.
How do you charge a national team? Which country charges a national team to use a facility to get ready to represent the Virgin Islands bearing the flag of the Virgin Islands?
Right.
Who does that? And that has been done on education. I've seen it on St. Croix because I've intervened over and over to try to get use of the facility. So we rather keep the facilities locked up in the night than to have our national teams preparing to be able to go to competitions, forcing them at times to prepare in other jurisdictions.
Correct.
So we have to look at this whole, the world of sports are totally different. You know, we need to get those volunteers. We need those entities that are covered by the GVI to make sure
30
that
seconds.
our facilities are accessible, and we just need to do a better job. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Vila. Any response from the testifiers and Senator Vila's comments?
Nope, he's on spot.
Very well.
Spot on.
The chair will now recognize Senator Frederick. Hubert Frederick, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Pleasant good afternoon, colleagues, listening, viewing audience, testifiers.
Afternoon, Senator.
Afternoon.
Thank you guys for coming in today. I want to stick on the financial end since this is a budget review. I'm getting an education on some of the history, and I'm disappointed that you guys have to operate under such restrictions of zero funding for a whole year. That's very telling. What is there any penalties that you're going to incur because of your utilization of the restricted funds?
No, we asked for approval to use them.
So it just deducts from what you could actually allocate for other measures, training, travel, and all that stuff, right?
Correct. That's it.
So basically, this is going to have a trickle-down effect on the rest of the programs for the rest of the year.
It's doing it right now. We have a team going on, August 5th to...
August 5th to the 24th will be in Asunción, Paraguay for the Junior Pan Am Games. And we're taking athletes that will represent the Virgin Islands in fencing, tennis, swimming, athletics, and triathlon.
And the financial impact will be?
The financial impact is we're okay, so take, for example, we need to purchase airline tickets, right?
We're doing that now.
We are struggling, like when the Senate took a break, we were trying to purchase tickets, and now the only tickets that are available are business class tickets because they're being purchased so late. You know, so that's a struggle with funding. You find yourself paying more for being late. You know, it's
yeah, there's a premium if you wait
correct.
long enough, and so this is impacting your overall budget. It's hard to plan. I think this is a very difficult agency to plan with because stuff, if funding don't come in, how do you plan?
We can't go.
Right. And it's the activities are year round.
Full disclosure, I'm Michelle Smith's godfather, and I can tell you, I've been there with the struggles, having her prepared to be where she is today, and I'm glad everyone is praising her now and all that stuff. But they should see the other side of this when you don't have the support from organizations like this because they don't have the funding. So then it falls on the family and friends to do the rest, and that is very, very difficult. When we as a government, when they do well, we want to brag about it. We want to wear our VI flag. We want to talk about, how wonderful we are, but it comes with some responsibility. And I personally think we need to do better than this. So the legislature have appropriated $450,000. That's the number that you guys could reasonably expect, not $1 million.
Well, we asked for 500,000 for this fiscal year.
Okay, so let's stick with what I know I saw with my own two eyes. I saw 450. If there's more, we'll dig for you. But right now, looking at your budget, it still exceeds that $450,000. Help me. What can we do to get within the budget first, and then we'll figure out where we could get some more money? Is it going to be? Well, we know salaries, we talked about that, we're good. We've got the increases, the fringes, that's covered, so no problem. Where are the other opportunities here that we could possibly squeeze this budget to fit?
Any ideas?
I'm looking to the pros now.
We can try and reduce some services.
But it will directly impact the federation.
And that's the point.
So then my question is, which federation do you choose now? And
Well,
that's the political part, right?
That's the question. We have to juggle.
1 minute.
Who gets what?
Right. And how that must be an exceptionally difficult decision to make.
It's really tough, especially now. Okay, so let's say 2024, we had the Paris Games. We're moving into LA 2028, but in the LA Games, they're going to have different games, including baseball. We're coming now to the continent of North America, South America, and now you have more Western sports. Baseball now, we want to support those games that are going to be on the Olympic calendar. Baseball and softball, they're normally not. But this quadrennial, we have to push funding towards them.
And that's team sports.
And that's a team sport. That's huge.
Yeah, but then we need to field competitive teams too.
Absolutely.
We do.
Absolutely. That's going to be the big thing. Okay.
And you can't know how competitive you are until you compete. You have to go where the games are, and most times we don't host. So, if we could get the Parley Joseph Stadium up, shining and beautiful,
30 seconds.
then we could get into hosting and probably do more for cost savings or even bringing revenues into the territory through hosting events.
Well, hopefully next year we might be hosting, so we could plan for that.
Hopefully.
So I noticed you only asked for 2 employees, though. How are we doing with that?
We're doing fine with that.
You're comfortable with just the 2?
Right now.
We are comfortable because we're moving as the budget allows. If we do happen to get or let me say, when we get our structure, our dome facility, we will have to expand with staff.
Correct.
And what's going to be your revenue projections from that? How much are you thinking your budget might be impacted by
It's
utilization
almost unlimited. It then leans on our ability to start having events. You could host it as a venue, and we plan to have that venue convert to whatever you need it for. Once you pay us, we'll have it going. It's going to be everything.
Looking forward to seeing that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Just a couple questions real quickly. Is there any synergy, any engagement with the Department of Tourism in regards to your work? When you're going off to these different places, being ambassadorial to the Virgin Islands, what is the level of engagement?
Yesterday, I went to the Department of Tourism to pick up some of the items that we give away. It's the international community is all about relationships. So we try to seek certain level of gifts. So I'm trying to get executive gifts. So when the president and our secretary general meets with the presidents of other countries and other federations, they have appropriate gifts to exchange. And a lot of times they are working on the budget they have. So that now forces us to go outside and purchase what we think are appropriate gifts. They can give us the knickknacks, the hats, the towels, the luggage tags. Those are fine for the athletes to exchange. But the most important currency when it comes to those games are pins. Pins like what the president and I are wearing. We have different pins. So those go a long way when it comes to the relations and building friendships and partnerships with other IOCs, NOCs, National Olympic Committee.
So the response to my question is what? There is a level of engagement.
We are totally engaged with them, but what we receive from them is not necessarily what we would like.
Understood. What about the rum companies? Because again, any engagement at that level in terms of
that will be more for local sponsorship that goes to the committee. But as a part of the International Olympic Committee, we have to work very carefully on who is giving us funding. The International Olympic Committee does not support, they don't look favorably upon alcoholic beverages and that type of stuff. But if we have, like we are planning in 2026, our 60th anniversary event, and let's say senators encourage those rum companies to sponsor our event, that will go over well, as it does not directly tie to an athlete.
Excellent. So do you see your role as the Olympic Committee as being in the position as an advisory to the administration and policymakers? What is the recommendations that you make to these bodies in regards to how do we improve the environment?
Well, we have the National Sports Committee Commission, and I'm supposed to sit on that commission, but they never meet. So the recommendations we need to get as a country, and bar none, the VI is a country in Olympic world. We are our own country. We do not say U.S. Virgin Islands. We said Virgin Islands.
So we heard a lot about the unavailability of the infrastructure to be available for athletes to be able to train in. Is there an opportunity, or have you utilized the opportunity to pen a letter, whether to the administration, to any entity in respect to making these facilities available?
I think we're tired of it now.
You are?
We're tired of doing it now.
You have done it?
We've done it. We even tried UVI, but that with exorbitant costs to use UVI. So we've penned, we've done, we fussed.
So how do you perceive, how do you recommend that we move forward as a territory in being able to
Y'all can legislate.
Yeah, we can't legislate ourselves. Legislate everything.
You can legislate that education will give us the buildings that we need for free.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You can legislate that for sure.
Okay.
Other buildings like...
Have you made that recommendation to us yet?
Yes, we have.
Wow. In what form?
That was maybe 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
UVI, you can legislate them too. The field house is a good place to have events. We don't have access to it, or we get the exorbitant amount of money. But still, they have, what's the basketball thing name? Paradise Jam. They get a lot of money from Paradise Jam because they pay a lot of money. But we don't have that kind of money to pay.
Senator, I would, even though it would show strength to legislate their cooperation, it would feel so much better for them to willingly support. It would have a better look nationally for them to open their arms to these young Virgin Islanders who want to do what? Play a sport and develop themselves. A lot of these sports are pathways towards college scholarships. Yep. A lot of these athletes go on to be great individuals. They're leaders around the world. And one thing about the Olympic Committee, they recognize that the athletes dedicate their lives to sports. So the International Olympic Committee is looking forward to seeing these individuals develop through sport, get their education, move into leadership, and the International Olympic Committee is going to reach out to them. Our president, one of his mandates is making sure that the members of the executive for the Virgin Islands Olympic Committee is placed on some kind of international board, and that's an event, that's an attempt to try and continue keeping the Virgin Islands name out there and getting support from the other bodies.
Yeah, I think it's so important that we make these facilities available. We make sure that they're given some priority. I've had them in growing up in my household. And that's all they do: sleep, eat, and think about
sports,
training, preparing, sports. That's all. Every opportunity that they have, that's what they want to do. So I think that when you talk about facilities not being available, ad nauseum, I think that it really frustrates those individuals that perhaps are in it, that when they can't have access to these type of facilities.
And that's why they go off island.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I remember one of your main legislation was the school to prison pipeline.
Correct.
Right? And one way to thwart that is the school played that part, as Senator James said. The school was vital in grooming young athletes, developing them. And we had a system that moved them through.
A farm system
almost, moved them through the university. And we need to get back to that. We need to get the schools. The schools are key. No two ways about it. The schools are key in developing young athletes, in exposing children to sports.
Excellent. Senator Lewis, you had a point of information you recognize.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Mr. Thomas, one question.
Mm-hmm.
I hear the conversation about utilizing the school facilities for training. How does this conflict with the school activities?
Okay, it won't. In no way the school will have prior. Matter of fact, let me restate that. The schools will remain absolutely first and foremost with their calendar. Whatever calendar they set, you yield to the school. But if the school varsity basketball game ends at 6:30, and let's say I want to have a 2-hour session for volleyball practice, then I have access to that court from when the school exits, and then 100% the schools remain priority.
Of course.
100%.
Thank you for that clarification.
So if you had to give the environment in terms of the territory openness to sports or athletes, what would that score be?
That's a hard question. It'd be low, though. It'd be low. Because the thing about sports is you got to train. You have to train a lot. Like you said, eat, sleep, think. So it would be very low.
And I'll put a twist to that. As you know, we've had great success in the Virgin Islands from our basketball athletes, right? And you know that former Senator Usi Richards was a very high-ranking member of the International Basketball Federation, right?
Right.
And they always asked him, they say, Usi, we don't understand how such a small place develops such high talent. You have places like our neighbors in Puerto Rico, over 3 million in their population, and they struggle to develop the athletes that we have, the number of successful athletes in basketball. One thing is for sure, no two ways about it. Virgin Islanders are blessed with natural talent. Like Senator Fonseca says, we need to do a better job of recognizing when they drop off from that initial, just natural blast of talent, and then start preparing them for the next level. There definitely is a drop-off, and we do need to recognize that and find a fix.
And y'all did recognize our girls basketball team. They got a goal in El Salvador CSC games. And that was thankful. Like, that kind of participation is what we need.
Yes.
But it was, if I have to say, I'm sorry, Mr. President, it was more reactionary. We should have a fund accumulating $5,000 a year for when something like this happens. Right now, there's nothing. There's no way to reward our athletes. We don't have a dime set aside for if someone wins a gold in LA for 2028. We don't have anything. So let's prepare for that. Create a fund where the money sits aside, and when that time comes, because it's coming, through the leadership of President Abramson, we are going to definitely go medal on the Olympics.
But very good suggestion, and I'm sure there's already a bill draft making its way to do that. I'm sure we'll jump on that, right? But like you say, we made that quickly available to them as well as the managers at the time. Subsequently, we took care of the managers as well.
You did.
Yeah.
And thank you for that.
And they were very appreciative. Very appreciative.
You're welcome. All right. I think that rounds out. I think that we had a very good discussion. You have a point of information, Senator Fonseca?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quickly, just a follow-up, at the end of this process, we go into the budget markup, and several of us senators has already begun a conversation on the budget markup, how important the Olympic Committee is, because, there's some other agencies come here, 500,000 is not even a drop in their bucket. And, it's very, very important for your survival. So this group definitely has my vote in the budget markup. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Appreciate that, Senator Fonseca.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. At this time, I'll give you a 30-second closeout. And again, we appreciate you coming before us. Well, there have been a recommendation of $300,000. We'll do. We see that will certainly not be adequate, and we'll consider going back to the levels that we have done in 23, 24, and 25.
Thank y'all for listening. I see in your faces that y'all understand sports, because it takes money to be a good athlete. It takes money. And my heart sinks when I have to turn people down, some federations down, because we don't have enough money to give them. And as I said, we have requests pending right now. We're going to meet on July 24th. And we'll have to turn some people down. And that shouldn't be, really. And we have 24 federations, and that's quite a bit. That's quite a bit. But thank you overall.
Thank you very much. And again, I must say, as we close off, that my poll-sided were having a little bit of difficulties in being able to extract information from the Olympic Committee. So we want to make sure that you're providing the necessary information. I'm hoping that that's not the issue with OMB, but we want to make sure that information is forthcoming, so that we are able to make informed decisions moving forward. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance stands in recess until 1:15. Good afternoon. The Committee of Budget, Appropriation, and Finance is out of recess. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up the item in block number 2.
Block 2, Department of Public Works, invited testifier, Honorable Derek A. Gabriel. This concludes the reading of Block 2 on the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We did have before us earlier today, we had the Virgin Islands Olympic Committee, and we also had scheduled Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, which have been rescheduled for August the 11th. So we do have the Department of Public Works before us today. Just one word of note is that earlier today there was a discussion about the budget for the office for the Olympic Committee, and we did reach out to OMB. Director Julia have indicated that he have not received any requests for the funding for the Olympic Committee. So again, we'll provide that feedback to the committee so that we could make sure that they get the requests in to the proper authority so that we could make sure that they get their funding. At this time, we see that we have the Department of Public Works seated, and we'll go to Commissioner Gabriel and his staff for introductions.
Good afternoon, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner for the Department of Public Works.
Good afternoon, Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Public Works.
Good afternoon, Carol Overson McGregor, Deputy Commissioner of Transportation, Department of Public Works.
Good afternoon, Jomo McLean, Highway Program Manager, Department of Public Works.
Good afternoon to all, and again, you're here to defend your budget, which has been sent down by the governor in the amount of $23,958,321. You recognize your testimony at this time, Commissioner Gabriel.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Novell Francis Jr., Chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, other committee members, other senators in attendance, as well as the listening and viewing public. My name is Derek Gabriel, and I am the Commissioner of the Department of Public Works. With me today in the well are Assistant Commissioner Ruben Jennings, Deputy Commissioner of Transportation Carol Overson McGregor, and Federal Highway Program Manager Jomo McLean. Thank you for the opportunity to present and testify in support of our FY 2026 budget request and key accomplishments in fiscal year 2025. The Department of Public Works is proud to say that FY 2025 was another banner year for us as we continue to push forward improving our transportation infrastructure, public transportation system, cemeteries, and public buildings. My team and I have done considerable work to drive long-standing projects forward, from design, programming, and funding to actual construction. As this is a budget hearing, I am proud to say the department has been an excellent steward of available funds, both local and federal. Federal funding has allowed us to make significant progress, especially in the St. Croix District. Projects such as the final phase of the Melvin Evans rehabilitation, Clifton Hill Connector, bridges at Route 669, East Airport Road, and Queen Mary Highway have made significant progress and are approaching the final phases of construction, if not completed. Ethel McIntosh Memorial Drive, known colloquially as Mahogany Road, started construction in June and remains a top priority. Neighborhoods such as Mount Pleasant, La Grande Princess, Upper and Lower Love, and Smithfield have benefited from paving projects, with many more to come. And as we are all aware, the department is in the final phase of restoring lights along Melvin Evans Highway. In the St. Thomas St. John District, DPW has made considerable progress with two major priority projects, First Avenue and the downtown Charles Amalie Drainage Rehabilitation Project. Both are steadily moving forward, and residents are already seeing the benefits of improved drainage, sidewalks, and roadways. Progress continues on the Fort Christian parking lot renovations project. The lot was fully paved in advance of the 2025 Carnival Village to the delight of our residents and visitors. However, work was required to repair a few areas that were damaged during the Carnival festivities, as well as a few other punch list items. We also completed maintenance on large segments of Veterans Drive and Mountaintop Road. Centerline Road on St. John is slated to have additional segments repaired within the next 60 days. With assistance from this body and the continued commitment from Albert Bryan Jr., two key transformative projects on St. John are in development. The rehabilitation of the restrooms in downtown Cruz Bay, which is in bid solicitation, and roadway improvements to the Johnny Horn Trail, which is in scope development. I am especially proud to report that on May 28th, 2025, the department commissioned its newest ferry, the Spirit of 1733. It is now in service, providing first-class, increased capacity inter-island transportation between St. Thomas and St. John. Initial feedback from the community confirms that we did a phenomenal job with the design and fabrication. Our ferry boat program qualified for increased federal subsidies for ferry operators for the first time, another major win for the territory. Speaking of major wins, on June 5th, 2025, Governor Brian, Jomo McLean, and I executed the successful closing of our latest Garvey issuance of $152 million to fund major infrastructure projects and to pay off the existing debt associated with the previous issuance. Senators, I am proud to say all phases of the Veterans Drive Improvement Project are now finally funded. And I can say with confidence, this administration will deliver the first government-owned passenger and roll-on, roll-off ferry for service between St. Croix and St. Thomas. Additionally, approximately $28 million has been secured to fund 3 worthwhile infrastructure improvement projects on St. Croix. As you can tell, I could not be more proud or more excited and honored to report on the successes of this department, most of which only date back 6 months. Throughout our presentation, we will highlight our budgetary data, other key projects, highlights, and expected challenges. With your continued support, this department will continue to succeed on behalf of the people of our territory. Budget overview. The Office of Management and Budget has recommended a general fund allotment of $23,958,321 to the Department of Public Works for fiscal year 2026. They are also recommending $1 million from the Tourism Ad Revolving Fund and $1,225,000 from the Anti-Litter and Beautification Fund. This brings the total to $26,183,321. The categories are as follows. Personnel services, $7,574,110. Fringe benefits, $3,824,324. Other services and charges, $5,371,572. Supplies, $868,000. Utilities, $828,000. Capital outlays, $300,000. A public transportation fund, $4,992,315. And the inter-island subsidy, which supports our ferry operators, at $200,000. And of course, that breakdown is broken out in full detail in our budget presentation. Before moving into our project updates, our territorial spend on road maintenance between fiscal years 2021 and 2024 totals $108,592,180.11. And that's broken out by in St. Croix, we spent $66,502,350.99. And in St. Thomas, St. John, $42,089,829.12. And again, that money is comprised of projects that were managed and executed by the Department of Public Works. And that includes both local and federal funds. The Department of Public Works has several key projects we will focus on throughout the remainder of the fiscal year and into fiscal year 2026. Staff throughout several divisions and offices within the department manage these projects. The local engineering and CIP divisions are currently managing 186 projects. 67 are DPW projects, while the remaining 119 are user agency projects. 127 of those projects are FEMA funded, while other funding sources fund the remaining 57 projects. Key projects. The scope for the St. John Operations and Maintenance Project is a complete demolition and rebuild. The project is currently in the design phase with an anticipated construction start date of September 2025. The Anna's Hope temporary building project on St. Croix involves DPW staff relocation to a temporary facility in preparation for rebuilding the existing building. The scope includes demolishing and rebuilding the existing operation and maintenance shop, temporarily using it for offices, then it being converted back to its original use after the permanent facility is constructed. Based on responses we have received on the last solicitations, DPW needs to assess the viability of continuing with the Concordia project or just to collapse the two project worksheets into one and to execute the Anna's Hope complex based on rising construction costs and bid responses. The Western Cemetery project on St. Thomas is nearing the end of the construction phase. The project focuses on the perimeter wall and signage and is expected to be complete by September 2025. The wall is about 90% complete. The remaining scope items include painting, gate installation, monument signs, stonework, sidewalk, and additional lettering along the cemetery walls. The department is improving public parking lots territory-wide. The second phase of the Strand Street parking lot project on St. Croix, which focused on renovations to the cashier's booth, is in the closeout phase. That contract was valued at $29,663.07. The third phase of this project includes resurfacing and striping the lot. The solicitation is pending due to funding. Phase 1 of the Fort Christian parking lot project is 99% complete. The scope includes the ticketing booth upgrades and conduit installation, and the contract was valued at $120,296.31. The project's second phase, which provides for resurfacing and striping, is currently underway. The Vitron Operations and Maintenance Building on St. Croix is in contract execution, and the St. John Cruise Bay Restroom project has been resolicited due to a procurement error. The Division of Transportation has combined grant funds of $2.7 million to design, fabricate, and deliver 9 new medium-duty fixed-route buses. The contract was executed, and buses are currently in production. They are expected to reach substantial completion in September of 2025. Grant funds are available to purchase 12 new ADA paratransit vans. This purchase will cost approximately $1.2 million and is necessary due to the increase in paratransit clientele and the retirement of vans that have surpassed their useful life. Transportation also has a grant to update the existing transit plan. This plan, which is currently in solicitation, will assess the current Vitron operations, routes, and population needs to determine where Vitron can make improvements to better serve our community. Sticking with transportation, the department kicked off its 2050 Transportation Master Plan study in May of this year. This study will identify key areas of the transportation network across the United States Virgin Islands for DPW to prioritize, maintain, improve, and build through the year 2050. We have held 3 public meetings thus far and expect to host another 3 in the fall. The Office of Highway Engineering is responsible for the design, management, and implementation of all projects funded by the Federal Highway Administration. The following is a snapshot of key projects being managed by the Office of Highway Engineering program. At the Ethel McIntosh Memorial Drive, also known as Mahogany Road. This project is currently under construction. The contractor, Marco St. Croix, is approximately 20% complete. The scope of work for this project calls for 5.65 miles of roadway rehabilitation, culvert replacements, retaining wall reconstruction and construction, guardrail replacement, signage improvements, striping, and installation of drainage swales. This project also includes the paving of the proposed detour routes to provide relief to the motoring public as they traverse around the project. The Clifton Hill Connector Road, Melvin Evans Highway Container Port intersection, Phase 1. The contractor, Gray Civil, is more than 92% complete with construction. The scope for this project includes major road reconstruction, asphalt paving, roadway widening, striping, drainage, construction of turn lanes on Melvin Evans Highway, new signalization, water line relocation, and utility pole relocation. This contract also included the work to repair streetlights on the Melvin Evans Highway from Williams Delight to Sunny Isle. A supplemental contract was executed for this additional work, and that work is currently underway. The streetlight poles have began arriving in June, and we anticipate having the remaining segments of the Melvin Evans Highway illuminated by the end of September. VIST ERSTX 003. This project, managed by the Eastern Federal Lands Highway Division, is a design-build project that includes 16 damaged sites throughout the island. Some of the sites are Midland Road Bridge, East Airport Road Bridge, Lagoon Bridge, Concordia Road, East End Road, and North Shore Road. Construction for all roadway sites and all culvert sites is complete. The Altona Lagoon Bridge was completed in December of 2024. East Airport Road Bridge was completed in February of 2025. The Midland Road Bridge reconstruction is underway and is scheduled to be completed by August. 3 additional sites were added to the contract, namely the Kmart West Culvert replacement, Hams Bluff Slope stabilization, and Rattan Road repairs. Frederickstead Roads. This project is currently in solicitation. The scope of work for this project includes roadway rehabilitation, utility adjustments, signage improvements, striping, and reconstruction of drainage swales. Chairman Francis, other committee members, and senators in attendance, thank you for the opportunity to present our fiscal year 2026 budget, including highlights and accomplishments from fiscal year 2025. Our team has worked hard to ensure continued progress in transportation, capital improvements, and roadside maintenance. Earlier this year, we named Ms. Cherise Penn as our CIP administrator territorially and Mr. Elvis Harvey as Deputy Commissioner of Operations on St. Croix. Both have made considerable strides in their respective areas, and we thank them for their hard work. To bring context to the workload we manage, to date in fiscal year 2025, DPW's procurement office has processed 119 change orders valued at $20,023,847.47 and 239 construction payments valued at $82,372,847.47. This represents money directly in the hands of our contractors. Through the department's Strategic Development Office, we have pushed forward major projects aimed at improving our wayfinding and aesthetics, such as our first location at East Airport Road on St. Croix, which includes a much-anticipated Welcome to St. Croix sign, landscaping and aesthetic improvements at the Post Office Square on St. Thomas, branded street signage, and many others. As mentioned earlier, our Western Cemetery Improvement Project will also include a monument sign welcoming residents and visitors to the historic town of Charlotte. Speaking of cemeteries, the department has made a concerted effort to improve cemeteries across the territory, including continued repairs to the Eastern Cemetery Chapel, repairs to the Governor Cyril E. King Mausoleum at the Kings Hill Cemetery, and site improvements. To better manage space, we've invested in constructing more crypts and columbaria in St. Croix and St. Thomas. After resolving issues with the contractor, we are looking forward to restarting our GIS plotting initiative this summer, and the effort to digitize burial records with in-house staff is ongoing. However, I must take the opportunity, as always, to remind this body of the need to expand our cemeteries, especially in St. Thomas and St. John. Conversations with property owners are ongoing, but funding will be necessary. Through concerted efforts and funding assistance from this body, we've worked diligently to do better vegetation management and roadside maintenance, especially on St. Croix. We recognize there are several areas and neighborhoods in need of attention. To help manage the public's expectations, in April, we started publishing the schedule of roadside maintenance and gut cleanings. I also want to thank WAPA and CEO Carl Knight, as they have assisted tremendously by supplementing our teams with their in-house sidearm and operator. Unfortunately, as we've made progress with cutting back roadside bush and brush, another problem has been exposed: the proliferation of illegal dumping and littering, again, especially in St. Croix. DPW and Waste Management, along with other agencies like the Department of Planning and Natural Resources and the Administrator's Office, have dedicated considerable resources to cleaning and securing illegal dumping sites, only to have appliances, tires, used oil, debris, and household trash returned the next day, in some cases the same day. Speaking plainly, as a people, we need to do better. It is not the government's responsibility to clean up after people who illegally dump. I urge this body to partner with us to bolster laws and fines for illegal dumping, including provisions for publicizing businesses and individuals caught. Most importantly, I want to recognize the men and women of the Department of Public Works who work tirelessly to improve and maintain our territory. I appreciate your hard work and commitment to service. I appreciate your efforts to meet the challenges that confront us daily and enjoy working with you side by side. As Commissioner, I made a concerted effort to focus inward with our staff, understanding that morale can always improve. With the assistance of the Office of Collective Bargaining, We have settled some long-standing union issues, including providing hazard pay incentives to our Division of Operations employees. I'd like to acknowledge a few specific team members who exemplify this commitment. Mr. Kelvin Pickering of St. Thomas and Mr. Brian Hendrickson of St. Croix, our employees of the year for their respective districts. Both individuals earned this distinction by going above and beyond daily, and I personally thank them. Earlier this year, we lost a beloved member of our team, Mr. Edwin Brooks, and we take this opportunity to salute and to thank Edwin for his service to our community. He will forever be remembered and appreciated. I also want to acknowledge the retirement of two longtime members of our DPW family, Mr. Shelton Schultebrand, formerly our Deputy Commissioner of Operations for St. Croix, who retired in April, and Mr. Aaron Fleming, our District Engineer for St. Croix, who will retire at the end of this month. I cannot express enough gratitude for their decades of service and wish them all the best in their retirement. On behalf of our executive team and the members of this department, we sincerely thank you for this opportunity, and we will remain available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Gabriel, for your testimony, again defending the proposed budget for the Department of Public Works in the amount of $23,958,321. I want to commend you and certainly recognize some of the wins or success story and completion of projects in your testimony, and we have witnessed and seen on our own, and also to, of course, we'll be challenging you and some of those other areas that we believe that still need some additional work. I want to recognize the presence of President Senator Milton Potter. Good afternoon, Senator. Welcome to this committee, and we'll take a 2-minute recess at this time for change of the recorder, and then we'll come back, we'll get right into the numbers. Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance stands in recess for 2 minutes. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is out of recess. The Budget, Appropriations, and Finance Committee is out of recess. At this time, Commissioner Gabriel, again, I want to recognize and join you in commending Mr. Kelvin Pickering of St. Thomas, as well as Brian Hendrickson of St. Croix as your respective Employees of the Year. And of course, we continue to remember Mr. Edwin Brooks and his contributions there, and continue to remember and appreciate the work that he have done there. I also recognize the completion of some of the works similar to such as the Lorraine Connector Road. That's been long in the work, and of course the Garvey Fund and being able to complete that, which really sets in place the last phase of our Veterans Drive, as well as the ferry system, ferry boat for St. Croix and Thomas, as well as the $28 million that's so much needed for the road work for St. Croix. There's work that have started at Mahogany Road, the paving of our airport road on St. Croix. So there's a lot of work that we could definitely recognize have been done. And we continue to implore and encourage you to move on these other projects. I want to ask you in regards to your FY 2025 allotments, have you received all of your allotments thus far to date?
Yes.
Okay, no reduction or anything like that? What came as?
No, I think we're on schedule. Yeah.
Very well. Vendors payment, how much do you owe in aggregate for vendors payment at this time?
I'll ask Mr. Jennings to respond.
Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner. Currently have at Department of Finance 2.4 million to be processed.
And what's the age on those payments?
It varies from April to present.
And what's the hold up? What's the situation by which they're not being paid or they're delayed payment?
I believe it's cash flow.
Government cash flow problems? Okay. Yeah. So you're staying on top of those to make sure that they are prioritized and certainly when monies become available, because we had a very good last couple of months. April, May, June has been good months. So we should be able to make some of those payments, make good on some of those payments. Federal funding, you have any federal fundings that have been clawed back or in jeopardy?
No, nothing that has been clawed back or in jeopardy.
Very well. Okay. All right, so I'm opening up the floor at this time for a question by my colleagues, and I'll come back with some additional questions. Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon, Commissioner Gabriel.
Good afternoon.
And your supporting management team there again. Thank you so much for your testimony. You say that none of the funding is in jeopardy, but on the post-audit report, let me ask you a question because it's showing some, I guess, $45,960,725 remaining to be spent. And if you look at the chart on page 9 of the post-auditor's report, it's showing many of those grants have expired or about to be expired in September. What becomes of those funds? Can they be repurposed, or how does it work?
I'll ask Mr. Jennings to respond.
Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner. Which page in the post-audit?
Page 8, 9, 10.
Oh, I see.
I'm just asking what many of those grants, many of them have expired, some are about to expire, etc. What becomes of those funds for those grants, the remaining balance?
Oh, so yeah. we will be utilizing those funds before September 30th. So those are projects that we currently have in progress.
Okay, very well. Okay, let me ask in respect to the testimony also, and I do agree with you, Commissioner Gabriel, in terms of our cemeteries, in terms of additional space, especially in this district. You know, I have been speaking to you about that for some time. I know I've linked with you with a landowner for many of the land surrounding the Smith Bay area. Mm-hmm. You said talks are ongoing. Are talks ongoing?
Yeah, they are. We've been speaking to a couple of different landowners about acquiring space that they have.
How are they going?
I'm sorry?
How are those talks going? Because it's critical.
Hot and cool is the best way I could describe them. I know in the last, I would say 6 months, we've gotten some renewed interest from one of the property owners. So we are ongoing. But again, even once we are able to work with property and procurement to negotiate a sale price, we still need to identify the funds.
So there's no funds available or identified for land for our cemetery, no?
Not right now, no.
Wow. Okay.
A lot of the money that we're using from our cemetery fund, we're actually using to make necessary upgrades and repairs.
Okay, very well. You spoke to also the Fort Christian parking lot that's 90% completed. Are you waiting on the booth ticketing area to have cars start parking there? Because it looks
almost done.
It's ready to go.
It looks so.
We need the money.
You know, the 2% is usually the last difficult piece to cross. But it is something to do with the ticketing booths. I know we're working through some parts that needed to be replaced, if I'm not mistaken, on the ticketing booths. And then we do have a little bit more activity in the striping, and then finalizing the ADA ramp, because we did have some compliance issues with the ramp.
How many vacancies do you have?
I'll ask Mr. Jennings to respond.
Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner, 18.
Are these salaries accurate? General maintenance worker, 27,000. I'm seeing many 27,000 for maintenance workers, etc. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Really? That's why you can't get them filled. Straight up. That's why you can't get them filled. No one is going to be doing that type of work for 27,000. And you can go out there at McDonald's and make almost that amount. So what can you do creatively to honestly see how you can get those positions filled in terms of 27,000?
Yeah, so I know personally, I've actually started speaking to a few people that are graduating, like fresh out of high school. If they don't have plans to go on to some other form of education, we've been trying to get them. I think it's a good entry-level job. But one of the things that we've also done, Mr. Jennings and I, we provided hazard pay to some of those, to our operations employees, which I think it helps. You know, at least provides some incentive. But again, we are in talks with recent graduates and even to some other individuals. I know that we've been talking to folks from Government House about recently released Bureau of Corrections inmates as well.
The 3 additional federal employees that you are going to onboard in 26, what are those positions?
Ask Mr. Jennings to respond.
So, Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner, we currently we're in process of filling several of those vacancies. So 2 are bus drivers, and 1 we just filled, which is the transportation planner.
Okay, let me ask you in respect to your cash receipts, right? On page 6 of the Post Auditor's report, I'm seeing cash receipt for driveway excavation permit, St. Thomas St. John, $772,000.
30 seconds.
St. Croix, $2,835. Why such a large discrepancy? What's going on there?
Yeah, I can take that. So St. Thomas, it represents Liberty. St. Croix, I think that number is probably going to change very shortly because we just got a significant check from them as well. Okay. So the uptick you're seeing is because of the Liberty excavations.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that explanation. And lastly, before my time is called, let's talk about your vehicles. You have 39 vehicles that need to be serviced and are currently inoperable, right? Many of them are out of service. Many of them need repairs. First of all, let me ask you, in respect to those vehicles, what's the average year of those vehicles, number 1? Number 2, what happens when you're not able to use them? Do you sell them?
Time.
Do you make any type of income from them? How does that work at your department? Yeah. Speak to me about that, please.
Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner. So a number of those vehicles are buses. And Ms. McGregor could explain further, but we do have issues with disposing of those older buses that we currently have. So a number of those are buses. We participate in the actions that the Department of Property and Procurement hold. So we've been participating. But we do have some heavy equipment that are very difficult to dispose.
Ms. McGregor?
Good day, Carol Overson McGregor. We have a number of buses that are ready for disposal. However, we have difficulty in completing that process. We have begun investigating ways of disposing them, probably getting them out of the territory to someplace that will accept them. Once those buses meet the useful life, or they have exceeded the useful life, we replace them with the new fleet. So we are going to be replacing that fleet very soon, in the next 3 months at least, and we will have a larger number of buses that need to be disposed.
And in closing, Mr. Chair, the backhoe and the roll-off truck. You say sometimes they're hard to be disposed of, but I know many other companies and different departments utilize those same equipments. And of course, if I have a truck in my shop and I need a certain part that you are trying to dispose from your department, how are you collaborating with other agencies and or businesses to assure that you can get rid of them, but at the same time make some type of money for the
Right.
department? What are you doing in that space?
So a couple things we've done. I know we've identified, especially in St. Croix, we've identified some older equipment, and we're actually able to dispose of some of them with like some of the farmer associations and other nonprofits that could use them. Oddly enough, they are willing to use them, invest the time and money to try to get them working.
Yeah.
So we do that in particularly in St. Croix. In this district, I know we've been, between Mr. Jennings and I and Mr. Isaac, we've been struggling with a roll-on, roll-off to try to get it up because it provides so many functions for us. So that's something that we're keeping in-house, and we're working on it. And then with the backhoes, we are actually in talks with property and procurement to see if we could come up with a public-private partnership to get like a fleet company, if you will, to assist us with getting them up and running. We've been in talks with a good company, and they're actually expanding their footprint. So we're hoping that in the rest of this year we could see some progress there.
Thank you so much for your responses, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Real quickly, before we go to the next senator, which will be Senator Fonseca, what is your numbers, your revenue numbers for FY 2025 thus far? And how does that compare to FY 2024?
So, Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner. Hold on. So in comparison to 2024, we're actually ahead. We're ahead in all categories to include the Vitran, collections, except for the parking lot. Since the parking lots have been closed, that's the only major reduction. I have the numbers here to give to you.
And while you're looking for that number of the revenues so far, I want to say that obviously I'm seeing the striping and road work that's been done, some of the roadside cleaning of recent. I don't know if you were trying to impress me while coming to the budget hearing. I am impressed. But what caused the delay in getting some of that work done before?
So I'll address the striping first. We only have, previously, I would say before the last 3 weeks, we only had one striping contractor in each district. And so there was a significant backlog. And then a lot of what happens, Senator, is when the airport has projects, because of the high priority that's placed on a runway remaining open, our stuff kind of gets, the schedule bumps out to the right. Recently, one of the paving contractors on St. Croix did start doing it in-house, which is why now you're seeing a lot of striping going on. I do have to give that contractor, Marco St. Croix, credit. He did go out and is now striping a lot of the projects that you were seeing that seemed incomplete. So that's why you're now seeing that growth. And then on the roadside, I've been in contact with, or been in conversations with you as well as other members of this body. Mm-hmm. And as funds are released, we're putting the roadside vendors to work. We've done, I know Mr. Jennings and I, the different operations managers, especially Mr. Harvey and St. Croix, we've been meeting with roadside contractors consistently because, as you know, Senator, it's needed. When we concentrate the crews and put them in areas, we're able to see a significant dent. The highway remains a priority. I know the median has a lot of bush growing up, so we do need to get to it. But we've been trying to make a concerted effort, and as you know, it's hurricane season.
Yes.
So now we've been putting a lot of crews in the guts. We've been putting our internal guys out there as well. So you're really seeing that big push in the neighborhoods and the major thoroughfares.
Well, I want to say thank you to Marco and getting those striping done because, of course, we get a lot of calls and complaint about that from the public in regards, especially our seniors and those individuals that gauge in the absence of lighting, they utilize the side markings to help them to stay on the roadway. So kudos to get that done. You got the revenue numbers?
Yes. Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner. So we've collected thus far, June 30th, 1.3 million. And that includes abandoned vehicles, advertisement, burial fees, driveway excavation permits, parking lot fees, and Vitron collections.
And do you have that number for FY24 readily available?
I could find it.
I have it.
Just so we could do a comparison.
I have it. So for FY24 total, we collected $800,183.
That's to date?
For FY24.
To date.
Yeah,
To date. I mean,
to date. That was
date
for the full. Yeah, for the full. Yes, correct.
Yes.
So for the full fiscal year FY24, we collected $800,183.90, and to date, for the fiscal year 25, we're at $1,332,007.75.
Good. Thank you. All right. The chair will now recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome Department of Public Works, Commissioner Gabriel, and the A team. Welcome to the Earl B. Otley Legislative Chambers. I maintain Public Works is a high-performing agency. It's one of the larger ones, and the mix in your chart is a lot different from the others because most of the other large government departments, the large majority goes to salaries and fringe benefits, etc. You have a big chunk goes to other services and charges because you're doing work, not just employing a lot of staff, which you do have a big staff. So I noticed, do you know approximately how many of your employees are under 35,000 right now? You know the number count?
Yes, Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner, 44.
44. You see, that's what I like about Public Works. Them guys that know the answers and they give you the answer. That's what I like about Public Works. Okay, so your accounts payable for roadside maintenance. What is the outstanding balance for accounts payable roadside maintenance?
In Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner, in terms of the roadside vendors that we utilize, right now we owe them half of June.
Okay, so it's within 90 days?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. Okay, well, you guys know the question I'm going to ask. We're going to start with the road there, back of Bavoni Nada, there by way Pastor Lima got a church. What's the update for that?
So our goal, we have a number of roads, that one included, is to get done by September, before September 30th. Okay. What happened is Port Authority actually is doing repairs at the runway, and that really takes precedent over our projects because that has to be done in a certain time frame. So that's why those projects, as well as some smaller ones that we had on St. John, got bumped to the right. They should have been completed by now, but our goal is to get them done before the end of September.
Okay, good. So, I pass it from Nara Bavonia head out. The Lima Road is the end of September. Okay, good. We had a committee meeting, the Health Hospital Human Services Committee, and we had the director for waste management came before us. Right, I understand the issue behind a Windward Passage, right? But the place at least needs to clean up, get some power wash on that road. I know in Public Works issue, right? But, it can help because it needs some Clorox. It's a real sanitation mess, and it's right back of a hotel. Any one of us that goes there to that road that got that swale back of Windward Passage. So try to tell the Commissioner of Pub Waste Management because he's not responding. I don't even know. He lives in St. Croix. I don't even know if he actually been there back at that Windward Passage Hotel because it's been there for years.
Yeah, we've been in communications with Waste Management on that specific area as recent as yesterday. Just to let you know, just for the listening and viewing audience as well, we do make our resources available, particularly when it comes to those areas in like downtown, because it's necessary. So we are working together. It is a long-standing issue that we're hoping to resolve soon.
Okay, good. So First Avenue, right? I want to understand something because I know First Avenue you did some box culvert under the ground. But there's a sewage back up there. So the sewage lines run under your box culverts or they run above? I assume they run under your box culverts, right?
I'll ask Mr. McLean to respond.
Jomo McLean, Highway Program Manager. The sewer line runs in the roadway.
In the middle of the road,
yes.
and yours is on the side.
Yes.
Okay,
1
good.
minute.
So, was there any work there to replace the main sewer line and the lateral connections?
We repaired some of the lines that we might have impacted, but that's one of the reasons why we're putting First Avenue in asphalt and not concrete at this time.
Okay.
Because the utilities are coming back to replace all of their infrastructure. So it's easier for them to remove the asphalt and then install the new lines. And then once
30
that's
seconds.
completed, then First Avenue will go back into as a concrete roadway.
Okay, that makes sense. You know, I ain't gonna say it, right, but any new administration that come in, keep this team together, this public works team. Okay, I want to go to the Botany Bay watershed, right? The Botany Bay watershed. You know, I live here in St. Thomas all my life, and I've only been to Botany Bay 2 times in my whole life, 2 times. So tell me, what's going on down there with that watershed? Is the drainage? Tell me what's going on down there.
So just to explain a little bit, it's more than just Botany Bay proper. It's like it includes Perseverance Bay. It really includes a number of areas in the Fortuna and Bordeaux area. So there are a number of sites. That project is ongoing. The reason it seems like that project has stretched out for so long is because now most of the FEMA funds have been expended, but there's a portion of work that the local government needs to fund to correct some retaining walls, some slope stabilization, some drainage issues, to the tune of about $300,000. So we're looking at how to come up with that money because that is an unbudgeted expense. I know the other Mr. McLean, not Jomo McLean, but Mr. Jermaine McLean and I have been speaking on it consistently. But that project is a FEMA-funded project, and it really has helped us to fix a number of retaining walls and roadway repairs in the Bordeaux Fortuna area.
Okay, Mr. Chair, if I can just wrap up real quick.
You may wrap up, Senator.
Yes, thank you. One question. So you said about 44 employees are affected by that 35,000 thing?
Yes.
How is the morale of those employees? Any you give us an update?
Morale is, I would say 50-50.
Okay.
Depends on the day.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much. Senator Fonseca, Senator Maurice James, you recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Testifiers. Good afternoon, everyone, in and outside the room. I'm actually going to start on a personal note. My reunion was last week, so I had some classmates who visited, and the first thing that determines, I think, any community's vision of where we are is roads. So that's the burden you face as a commissioner of public works. So one said to me that her road, she doesn't live here anymore, but owns property. You know the road going in Work and Rest going up to that tower? There's a tower on, you know that road, right? That was one. I said, is that a public road? And she said, yes, it is. Is it a public road?
Yeah, so yes, I think so. And if I'm not mistaken, that's one of them that we got a request from Vitima and BIT to assist with because it is in disrepair. It is something
really
that,
bad.
Yeah, we agree.
Oh, okay. So it is one that's
on our radar.
On your radar.
Yes.
Okay, the other one on your radar is this one, another classmate. See, this is the position I end up in when I decided to take this job.
Public servant, right?
You know, when you're going up from Kentucky Fried Chicken going up towards Island Center, there's the Diamond Ruby Road before Via.
Yes.
Is that a public road?
Yes.
You know, that was the first thing I asked them, you know?
So we have a project that's actually in contract execution to pave roads in Diamond Ruby.
Okay, and this, okay, thank
I
you.
believe that road, I think that road is included. I'm pretty certain it is.
And that's what I wanted to ask you. When you, like a few minutes ago, you talked about FEMA-funded projects. So are these roads locally funded?
So Diamond Ruby is locally funded, correct?
Locally
yes.
funded. So
yeah, Work and Rest is going to be locally funded.
Okay.
Yeah.
So are those included in your budget?
Diamond Ruby, we did from the Transportation Trust Fund. Like I said, the tower sites are not. We're actually working with BIT and Vitima to see if we can collectively address the tower sites.
Okay.
But Diamond Ruby is locally funded.
Okay. So
Thanks.
I hope they're hearing.
You could give yourself a pat on the back for that one. That was Transportation Trust Fund was from this body as well.
Yeah, I can only pat on the back when it's finished.
When it's done.
Okay. The ferry for St. Croix St. Thomas, what's the expected delivery date on that one?
Yeah, so we're in the final phases of contract execution for the design. And we are anticipating, our goal is to put the fabrication and delivery solicitation out in parallel. So we should save about 3 to 4 months in that project. I would say later this year I could give you a better timeline. Yeah, later this year I could give you a better timeline on delivery. The design will be done though within 12 weeks.
What's the normal time that it takes to build a ferry?
It depends. That's one thing we learned from the spirit of 1733. It really depends because initial estimates then were like 14 to 18 months, but they delivered it under 12.
Wow, okay, that's good news. I'm hoping, keeping my fingers crossed on that.
Yes.
Because transportation between St. Croix and St. Thomas is sorely needed, as you know. On page 4, you talk about taking or getting or recommending, OMB recommended $1,225,000 from the Anti-Litter and Beautification Fund. And recently we had a bill in front of us dealing with that. And I looked at the code, and I don't see where it says anything about Public Works getting any money from that fund. So, how did that? And also just tell me, what is it going to be used for?
Yeah, no problem. Go ahead. Yeah.
Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner. So yearly, this body would appropriate monies. In the past, you have the 1 point.
1 minute.
It used to be 1 million. And we use it for roadside contractors.
Okay.
The 225 additional is the abandoned vehicle program.
Thank you for that explanation. I appreciate that. And then before my time runs out, on page 12, you talk about the 2050 Transportation Master Plan study, which you kicked off.
30 seconds.
I was just wondering, and you refer to the plan above, which is a transit plan. Couldn't those have been combined somehow or included? No?
No, different pots of money as well as different micro focuses. Yeah, different scopes. Okay. So the transit plan falls under the Division of Transportation, and that really helps us to focus on Vitran and bus services and FTA funding. And then the Transportation Master Plan helps us with like developing roadways, looking at where we want to see transportation in the next 20, 30 years.
Okay, and the Vitran plan
time
is that, may I, I'll just wrap up on that question. The Vitran plan will assess Vitran operations, routes, population needs. They're going to actually engage the community. They will?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay.
So a town meeting will be held on each island for residents and visitors to participate and give their outlook on the services provided.
Great, because as you know, and with the comprehensive land and water use plan, the community was very engaged, and we got a really great product. So it's good to know.
Yes.
Thank you all. I appreciate the answers.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kind of just moving along. I want to certainly thank you and commend you for the Morning Star, Contentment, or Loa Love, the La Grande Princess, the road work that has been done. Obviously, all I did was whet the appetite, because now they're making more and more demands for additional roads to be done in those areas. So I'm sure I'll be knocking on your door again for those. So, Dr. Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to the hardworking men and women from the Department of Public Works, our listening and viewing audience. I want to follow up on a question that the gentle lady from John F. Kennedy Housing Community, and Disha Bird, Ralph Disha Bird, asked about in the east side of St. Croix, Christiansted. The amount that you quoted that will be going towards the pickup of the derelict and abandoned vehicle is $225,000.
Yes.
Correct, Mr. Jennings? And how are you divvying that up? Is just one big pot, or you're going to divvy it up, or is it by need?
Yes, it's by islands, so it's split evenly.
Okay.
75,000 each.
Good. Wait. So 70, we have 2 islands in our district. So it's still 75,000 each.
75 for St. Thomas, 75 for St. John, and 75 for St. Croix.
Okay, for each island. Okay, good. Now I understand fully. Now, the other thing I wanted to ask you, so that's good. Now, the other item I wanted to question is about the Vitran buses. Kindly indicate for us, I know you mentioned it in your testimony, how are we looking as far as getting the Vitran buses to run 7 days a week?
7 days a week.
7 days. Because we have, just let me finish, we have a growing population. They are not driving anymore. It's costly for gas, and they need to get around. And trust me, the taxis are too expensive, and the illegal taxis are worse. They are preying on our elders. And so the Vitrans transportation is a vital service to allow them to be able to move around, given that they are living on a fixed income.
So I guess I'll start and I'll turn it over to Ms. McGregor. I know our focus, I would say, in the last 2 years has been just trying to add Saturday service. That's been a huge ask from the community. We've been talking to the governor about it, but anything that we do there, most of it is going to come from the local funding side. But we do 88 transit service on Saturdays, but Ms. McGregor, I'll let you expand.
Yes, we do provide paratransit services 6 days a week, Monday through Saturday, for elderly and persons with disabilities. What's not provided on Saturday and Sunday is the fixed route services. And we had to reduce those services due to financial constraints.
And I know part of your paratransit services are federally funded, correct?
That is correct.
Have you seen any reduction or anticipate any reductions from the federal government in providing that source of funds?
With recent trends, we do see or anticipate some reduction in our federal funds. However, this year we did receive or are qualified for our $6.8 million appropriation.
For the federal government, 6.8, you said?
6.8.
And your partners, our federal partners, from the Department of Transportation, hasn't given you any signal that that's going to be reduced?
Not at this stage, not as of this morning.
Okay, good. That's very good news, and let's hope it stays that way and that you are able to build the cars, because we need to have, this is a rural area, I keep saying it. It's rural, that's why we get all of these added support. We have islands and they're surrounded by water. We are landlocked. We're landlocked and we don't have a consistent public transportation, which is needed. And is there any, I know you said, what would be your delta to provide public transportation on the other routes to expand? Or do you have any capacity, or is there any thought on expanding it to other areas, specifically on the island of St. Thomas? Are you looking at expanding your route?
Yes, we are. I think that's a major part of the transit plan.
30 seconds.
Yeah, the transit study is to see if where we should be increasing or improving our routes and expanding our routes based on where traffic trends are looking at. So I know there's been a number of residents here that have access to expand service, whether it's Bordeaux, Bovoni, a number of areas. So we're hoping to study that in the transit plan.
Okay, is there any consideration to raise the fee as well? Or
No.
is there something you want us to look at? I know you're itching to say it, Commissioner.
No, not at this time. We don't anticipate raising the rates at this time.
No rates. Okay, that's very good for our elders and for all of the people who utilize the public transportation system.
Time.
Mr. Chairman, may I conclude?
You could ask your final question, Senator.
Thank you so kindly. I would like to ask, in your statement on page 3, you said additionally approximately $28 million has been secured to fund 3 worthwhile infrastructure improvement projects on the island of St. Croix. Is there something comparable that's coming to the island district of St. Thomas and St. John? And what are the 3 projects you're referring to here?
So I'll allow Mr. McLean to respond.
Go ahead, classmate, schoolmate.
Jomo McLean, Highway Program Manager. So the St. Thomas project is the Veterans Drive Phase 2, 2A improvements project. So that's the project that's utilizing the Garvey 2025 issuance funds. The projects that we have targeted on St. Croix are Southside Road, Sydney Lee Road, and Scenic Road.
Okay, thank you so kindly for that information. And thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the leeway. I deeply appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, present. Commissioner, what is your ask? How much is your ask from the general fund?
Good afternoon. Our ask from the general fund at this time is $23,958,321.
Okay, so that's an additional $5.5 million from the 25 budget.
No.
The 25 budget was 18.4.
No, the 25 didn't include the Vitron, so that was passed in a subsequent bill in December.
Okay, so what was your total in 25 budget? Your ask?
This is an increase of about $500,000 from last fiscal year.
Okay, so 500,000. So has anyone received wage increases for 25?
Yes. On the federal grants side.
Okay, on the local side?
No, not for this fiscal year.
Okay, is anyone owed retro on the local side from wage increases from, I guess, 24 into 25 or something like that?
Retro, we're working with one of the unions to resolve outstanding issue.
How much is owed in retro?
So it's not considered retro yet. We're still in negotiations with the union.
Okay, so but when I mention retro is after the fact.
Yeah, so it was a stipend in the collective bargaining agreement that wasn't implemented.
Okay, so then that would need to be your 26 budget.
We identified funding in the Vitron funds to pay for those. So we did not ask for any
so your
extra.
25 budget, that's covered?
Yes.
Okay, so good. So going forward, okay, so your ask for personnel is still $7,574,000?
Yes.
Okay, so then that's a reduction from 25. 25, okay, so additional personnel was added in the additional funding that you have? Because under Act 8916, personnel is $7,749,000.
Yes, we did lose 1 or 2 positions.
So how many employees do you have total?
Currently, we have 211 employees.
211. How many vacancies? 18. How many vacancies under 35,000?
Under 35, we have 4.
4. Okay, good. Now, could I get your actuals to date in terms of personnel, fringe, supplies? Yeah. Okay, and tell me as of when, what date are they?
This is as of last night.
Okay, July.
So,
personnel
overall, we are at currently $5,166,171 for personnel.
Okay, fringe?
Fringe, $2,582,778.
Supplies?
Supplies, $1,000,000. No, sorry. To date, we've expended $505,430.
Other services and charges?
Other services and charges. Hold on.
One minute.
Any capital outlay? We'll come back to it.
Yeah. Spreadsheet loading. Okay.
How much you pay for utilities?
Utilities, the finance has removed the entire amount, 886,000.
Okay, good. 886 removed. Okay, so capital outlay, you found
Capital outlay, we've expended to date 1.9 million.
Give me the actual breakdown. 1 million.
1,903,328.
Okay. And other services and charges?
Other services and charges, we've expended
30
to date
seconds.
$5,113,273.
Okay. So now, and Vitran, how much revenue was collected from the advertising and Vitran buses and bus stops?
So for Vitran, no? Yeah, we don't have it.
Time.
Sorry, the advertisement isn't broken out with Vitran separated.
Okay.
So for advertisement, so far year to date, we've collected 18,165.
Okay, because I know you say you were looking to change that strategy.
We are, yeah. So we actually spoke to the staff about it yesterday, and like I told you, we are going to take over. We're actually going to own the advertising on the ferry, and then the agreement that we have currently with the vendor for the buses is set to expire in the next few months. So we're looking at taking that over in house as well.
Okay, so just in closing, your personnel acts at $7,574,110. You said there was a supplemental budget that went through that increased that, because then that's below even the acts for 25. And you said you're doing negotiations and stuff, so you gone below.
No, I mean this year is it's over. So yeah, that was passed in December. It was $5 million to the public transportation fund.
Okay. And it was just to ask the miscellaneous section of $5,192,000. That's your ask.
That's actually the transportation trust fund. The
Transportation trust fund. Okay. Okay. And just in closing, Mr. Chair, in regards to the Western Cemetery wall, great job, number one. Is it completed?
No. So that project we're expecting to be complete in September. Mm-hmm. The next phase is the aesthetics. So they're going to start painting, plastering. We're going to work on the sign, the monument sign, as well as landscaping. I do want to take the opportunity to mention to the public and those listening, we are entertaining a true public-private partnership with a landscaping company to possibly donate some of the landscaping for the Western Cemetery. Mm-hmm. Right now we do have a small line item, but with the wall and stuff, we really want to make it nice as it's the entrance to the historic district of Shah Al-Amali. Mm-hmm. So that's something we're going to be going out to some of our landscapers here to ask them to assist us with donated flowers and services to make that look really nice.
And just the credit due, Mr. Chair, in collaboration, myself, the actual idea for the wall, the monies that we generated was from the now education chair, who was the finance chair then on Outer St. Croix. So again, I give him credit for it. We got it done, and he's just finalizing it. So thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Very well, thank you. Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. In respect to the utilities, you still receive the bills, and who's responsible for monitoring to reconcile and make sure that we're getting what we pay for?
Okay. Good question. So we have a financial operations personnel. They audit those bills that we receive from the Department of Finance.
Okay, very well. And you say so far, the $886,000 is taken out off the top for the single payers, correct? At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Avery Lewis.
Thank you.
Abandoned Vehicle Task Force, man.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, people of the Virgin Islands.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I really was debating about asking this one, but I really was asking. Commissioner, you have the post editor report in front of you?
Yes, we do.
Turn to page 6.
Okay.
It said DPW cash receipts.
Yes, sorry, yes.
I see in St. Thomas, St. John, there's a big discrepancy to St. Croix. You have an explanation for that?
The program is working. So to be very honest with you, what we see in St. Thomas and what we see in St. Croix, first of all, keep in mind St. Thomas, St. John is the 2 islands. But what we usually see in St. Croix is theirs are more surrounding like cleanup efforts. So like you get them all at once, whereas St. Thomas, St. John, you get them throughout the year.
Okay, I'm going to leave it right there.
Yeah, thank you. We appreciate that.
Commissioner, I really had some budget questions. I need to ask some other questions. Ms. McGregor, one of my colleagues was asking about expanding the transit route. And I know for a while, Megan's Bay, now that we have 2 new developments over there in that area, have we explored that option, even adding a route over there? Maybe if twice a day, once in the morning, once in the afternoon.
Carol Overson McGregor, Deputy Commissioner of Transportation, yes. We have looked at the area. We've also visited the Loveland site to determine if the bus can turn around in there. We took a bus there to look at the feasibility of running that service. What's needed right now is the additional equipment and additional bus operators. And we are working on that.
You think that may happen before the end of the calendar year? Oh?
It's possible.
All right. The next route I'll ask you about is there next to the Royal Leicester Snyder Hospital, going up to the Celestino White home back there. It really cringe my heart sometimes when I see those seniors walking back and forth there. And, you know, we could probably put a bus stop someplace in between there or bus shed, shanty, whatever we want to call it. So people don't have to traverse on that thoroughfare. People will be zooming on the road and to see our vulnerable population not traversing there, you know. If we could look into that, please.
We will definitely look into placing bus shelters along that road. We do provide services there 3 times a day, and the persons who utilize the service do have the times.
Good. Mr. McLean, good afternoon. A lot of these projects that we have with going through ODR and so forth, a lot of them come through Public Works as well?
Yes, Senator.
And if you do have any input, I'd like to ask you, please, let me advocate on behalf of our residents with ADA Disabilities Act and our senior population. If we could make this new infrastructure more or resilient enough for our seniors and our disabled population.
Yes,
if you do
Senator.
have the input, let's put an emphasis on it as well too.
Yeah, and on any federally funded project, you have to make sure that those accommodations are taken into account.
But I just wanted a little better because sometimes, you know, you put in all the equipment and the infrastructure and thing. You go to an office, the restroom for the public way in the back.
Right.
You know, seniors can't get back there fast enough, you know. Then they get there, they say, oh, I can give you the key, something. Let's do a little better than that. Something. That's my ask to the police.
Noted.
Commissioner, the cemetery in East End. Where are we with the infrastructure, the chapel?
So we are making consistent repairs. I know we actually hosted a funeral out there earlier this year. So it's ongoing. We connected the spouting. We still have some more work to do on the building envelope, and then we need to replace the pews.
All right, and the old Conquering Bridge, where are we with that?
So we're assessing the viability of how to proceed with that, whether to make repairs or to take it down and do a new one. That bridge really it's close to being past its useful life. We're hoping that by the end of this year we could have a determination made.
Good. And in this budget you're proposing, you're asking for how many new roads, infrastructure we're going to see in the St. Thomas St. John district?
That's a really good question.
30 seconds.
So there's a number of roads that we have tapped in this district for repairs in the new fiscal year. We just did a number of them with some various projects, but I think our goal is to really have significant spend in this district. St. Croix saw a lot of it, so St. Thomas and St. John is our focus for the next.
And while we're at it, if we could get in some of the inner roads and some of the inner neighborhoods, which are still government roads, and then in some of the housing communities, I'll name one like Lindbergh Bay, where we call Trailer City and so forth, Estate Thomas, that whole infrastructure they've been coming up from Mr. Chair, if I may just wrap up here, please.
You may wrap up.
You're coming up from the University of the Virgin Islands, you make the left there before the Puma gas station, that road, I don't know what we're going to do with that road.
Yeah, there's a number. Sorry, Senator, forgive me. There's a number of roads, like you mentioned, that are not, that we don't have plans like in any horizontal bundle or aren't federally funded. Yeah. Those are where our focuses are. Like, you just mentioned it, that road before the Puma gas station, a number of roads in Lindbergh Bay. The good thing is that we're expecting later this year, like our Estate Thomas project should kick off, which should deal with a number of those roads behind the Oswald Harris Court. And that's a combination of DOI and FEMA funds. Some of the areas where Head Starts are going in, we're looking at paving roads there as well. So Lindbergh Bay, we should get some love before the end of the year also.
Thank you. And lastly, a lot of them to brag about Savan, but not one of them big up for Savan.
Hey,
shining now.
I appreciate that.
Savan shining now. Tell them use a Savanero, man. Savan shining now.
It is sure, I appreciate that,
but
man.
Next
we did
time
a good
you come,
job.
we're going to deal with Lindbergh Bay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. Commissioner, one of my peeves is regarding that whole Vitran building, the maintenance building that has been going on for quite some time. I think we had groundbreaking ceremony there when I was Senate President the first time in the 33rd legislature. Mm-hmm. What's the status of the completion projected date for that building at this time?
Yeah, I appreciate that. So right now we're actually in contract execution for a new contractor to start that project. We were waiting for, if I'm not mistaken, there was some grant reprogramming that we had to do to be able to provide proof of funding. So I am really, one of my last promises I made to Ms. Overson McGregor was to finish that building by the first quarter in 2026. So I'm looking forward. You did the groundbreaking. I'm looking forward to doing a ribbon cutting on that in fiscal year in the first quarter of calendar year 2026. I
look forward to that. What about this? I know that the Vitran terminal at the Estate Lorraine. Mm-hmm. What is that still something that's on the table?
Still is something that's on the table. I'll let Deputy Commissioner McGregor respond.
Carol Overson McGregor, Deputy Commissioner of Transportation. We are about 98% complete on the design. On the new design, we had a design previously that just was going to be a maintenance problem for us. So we revisited it and we developed a whole new design. We're just about completed with that.
So any timelines in which you intend to put that out for RFP and
It definitely will be going out for bid this year.
This year. Okay, very well. Look forward to seeing that one as well.
Yeah, it's a big one. The Sonny Barnes, I think it's the Sonny Barnes Transfer Station is the official name.
Correct.
For it. Yep.
Yes,
That's the official name.
Absolutely. Yeah. Senator Clifford Joseph, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to my colleagues, good afternoon to the listening public, and good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon, Commissioner Gabriel.
Good afternoon.
As far as Vitran service overall, what's the overall cost for running Vitran? The operation?
I'll ask Assistant Commissioner Jennings to respond.
Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner. It costs us approximately, we utilize $5 million in local funding and an additional $2 million in federal funding approximately, so $7 million.
And who writes for free and who writes for reduce?
So, Ms. McGregor, you'd like to respond?
Seniors ride for free and also persons with disabilities ride for free. We also have a half fare for persons that hold Medicare cards.
And where is the territory with the paratransit?
Where?
Repeat.
What is
the territory the paratransit ADA?
Paratransit ADA is a paid service and the fee is $4 per trip. And that service is for seniors and persons with disabilities.
Okay. How much actual buses we have in the territory? And you could just break it down: St. Thomas, St. Croix.
Senator, we do have the information, but just in the interest of time, I'll ask you if I could send it to you through the chairman. We could send you our last bus listing.
Okay, through the chair you can. That's no problem. Is there a consent decree for Bytron?
Yes.
And how long has this consent decree been in place?
The consent decree has been in place for at least 15 years.
And do we have an annual cost for the consent decree?
No, we don't.
So we just have so we don't owe anything to the consent decree.
The consent decree included making sure that our buses were ADA accessible and our facilities were ADA accessible.
Okay. Is there a need for the legislators to increase funding for Bytron, or?
Definitely.
You are okay. Commissioner, I know you have a issue with the road around here by Freeway Baptist School, but at some point, if we can't fix it completely, it needs to be patched because it's really bad, right on the corner.
Yeah. So we thank you for that. We just got the quote, so we're anticipating doing some work there pretty soon.
Like pretty soon in the next 2 months, or I mean,
before that, you gotta give me a little allowance. But hopefully, I'll let Mr. McLean respond.
Yes, Senator, definitely within the next 2 months, before the end of the summer.
Okay, so I want to make sure I'm a childhood neighbor. Hear you out now, Commissioner. When the project's supposed to start in Mombiju?
Yeah, great question. So we are anticipating finalizing, or I should say, we're in the final phases of contract execution for the horizontal bundle, and then Mombiju is expected to start before the end of this year.
Yes.
And that's just so for everybody's edification. That's not only road work, but that's also utility replacement as well, including sewer lines.
Sewer line, water lines, electrical undergrounding, and roadway work.
This is inside the residence, right?
Yes.
Okay. And since we're talking about sewer and power line, from Five Corners to Glen, when that project gonna start?
That's this from Five Corners to Glen, the same project.
Same bundle.
It's the same horizontal bundle, St. Croix North Central horizontal bundle. So same timeline essentially. I'm not sure the sequencing of the neighborhoods, but I'm pretty sure that they're probably going to start from the western limits. So like the Mombiju area will probably be first.
And we work back, okay.
And work east.
Well, at this time, thank you for the time, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the answers.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Before we go to the next senator, which will be Senator VLA, Commissioner, what's the real story behind of that? The situation that we're experiencing there between the Seaplane and Christiansted Town and Hogadansk. I mean, that roadway in there is really deplorable. It's right going into our Christiansted Town, and it's really a disgrace.
Yeah.
What's happening in that?
I'll ask Mr. McLean to respond.
Yeah, Jomo McLean, Highway Program Manager. So we've had some challenges, some utility challenges with some sewer line issues in that area. So we've been working with Waste Management to try and get that addressed and resolved, so that because anything that we do in that area just comes up because of the overflows from the sewer system. So we're trying to work with Waste Management to get that addressed so that we can make the necessary roadway repairs.
Are you aware of the priority? I mean, we're putting people on the moon. I don't understand what could be so technically difficult that road. I mean, it's been quite some time, and people complain about that every single day,
including myself.
Yeah. So from a more technical perspective, Senator, I know we I am on the waste management board, and we do speak about it all the time because it's more than just overflow or decayed pipes. It really has to do with the outflow. It has to do with fixing changing the pumps, fixing the pumps, changing the flow in which it goes. So that's if you recall, I think it was about within the last 2 years, we paved the majority of the roads in Christiansted. And that road was slated for repairs, but we had to remove it because it just made no sense.
Yeah. Very well. I think it's important that at least we give the public some update on what's going on there and transparent because it's really an eyesore and we should inform them. Senator Viola, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And once again, good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Commissioner, what is the impact of the increase in minimum salary on your department?
I'll ask Mr. Jennings to respond.
Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner. So the impact in terms of financially, we have 44 employees that fall under the $35,000 minimum salary range. And the impact, when we did the calculations, annually would cost us about $945,000 annually.
That include fringe?
Yes.
Okay, so 44, and what was your total employees? 200 and something?
211.
Okay, so about 20% of your employees are making less than 35,000. In reference to your utility, this year was 896,000. I'm seeing that there's a decrease in next year allotment to 828,000. Is that going to suffice?
Yes, we did some audits and we did repair some leaks. So those leak repairs have cost us some, not cost us, they have saved us some dollars in terms of utility costs.
Okay, there's also a decrease in the amount allotted to you for capital projects from 2.1 to 300,000. What's going to be the impact?
Yes, that was the cemetery wall that was allocated in 2025. So that
Okay, so the cemetery move, so the 300,000 is sufficient?
We plan to use that for heavy equipment and vehicle purchases. If it's sufficient, no.
Okay. In reference, Commissioner, the question was asked and then you didn't really answer it. The abandoned fees in Croy, why is it zero?
So I think...
And don't tell me all at the last minute, because they should be moving abandoned cars all year. What's the issue there?
Yeah, I mean, I can't answer for the administrator's office. I guess I'll just leave it at that.
Parking lot fees in Croy, zero. When is the parking lot going to be reopened? The building has been closed for such a long period of time.
Yeah, so now that the repairs are just about done, and now that the roadways in Christiansted are actually passable and people can park on them, we're going to open the parking lot by, I would say, September, October.
Okay, why is it taking so long to open a revenue generator?
Like I said, I mean, a lot of it, we were trying to be considerate of the conditions in town and with parking. We were trying to assist the vendors with stimulating the economy. We were doing repairs. There had to be some remediation to those repairs. That's pretty much done. We're on punch list items now. So just being conservative, I would say September, October. But as soon as we're done, the parking lot will be back charging fees.
And you have the necessary personnel?
Yes.
In reference to the transportation building that you said a new contract is being executed or is in the final execution stage, are you at liberty to say who the contractor is?
No, because we don't have an executed contract.
But you have already awarded the contract to the contractor and just waiting to execute now?
Yeah, we have awarded, the contractor has received an award and we're just waiting for final execution. That is correct.
And how long has that taken? The last time you were here, I think you said the same thing.
Yeah, so it was, it's funny you ask. A lot of it has to do with grant execution. So in order for us to make any grant amendments or reprogram any grants, the Attorney General actually has to register in TRAMS and sign off on those amendments. That was recently done, so now that that grant reprogramming is done, we can provide proof of funding and do the final contract execution.
What was the total amount received under the grant?
It was a number of grants. It was, I want it's like 4 grants, right, Ms. McGregor?
Yeah, so we took monies from 4 different grants to make the total amount of, I think, was $4 million.
And how much was paid to the former contractor?
I don't have that number in front of me, but I could get it back to you through the chair.
Okay. The Spring Gut Road, when is that going to start?
I'll ask Jomo McLean to respond.
Jomo McLean, Highway Program Manager. That bid package is actually at Federal Highway. They provided us some comments last week. We are meeting with them to go over those comments. And we anticipate that if everything goes well and we get their concurrence,
1 minute.
we should be going to advertise later this summer in August or September.
Okay, what is the status of your road crews on Boat Island? Do you have sufficient staffing? Equipment?
Sorry about that, Senator. It's never enough. We're making do. I know this body really gave us a tremendous push at the top of the fiscal year, providing funds for St. Croix. That really helped us to make a big difference. Now, especially as we're getting into the height of, or we're getting close to the height of hurricane season, we have been redeploying them to assist with the guts. Additional resources are always needed, Senator.
Okay, but do you have sufficient equipment?
Oh, in-house equipment, no, but we are ordering a sidearm. I know that is, we're finalizing that purchase. No.
Just one?
Yes, that was all the money that we received through this body.
Use of the street sweepers that on Boat Island, how often are they used? Are they being used to maintain the towns in different areas?
They are. I know particularly in St. Croix, the street sweeper was out this weekend. We've been trying to offer overtime. But yeah, the street sweeper has been going out. Unfortunately, we've been having some incidences that's caused additional maintenance, particularly on the one in St. Thomas, but the street sweepers are out and about.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner, you also serve on the Port Authority Board and recently advocated that the enhancement of the Anne Abramson Port area not be taken on by the Port Authority. While I know the Port Authority have taken on different projects that fall under DPNR and other government entities, what was the rationale for stopping that particular port enhancement for St. Croix?
Yeah, I really appreciate that question. It wasn't a matter of stopping it or trying to say that the money was put in the wrong place. I think the matter is we, the central government, weren't being engaged by the Port Authority. So we've recently, that's changed. When I saw the footprint and I saw several central GVI properties were included on the footprint for planning, I had a big problem with that because the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Sports, Parks and Recreation, Public Works, on and on and on, none of those stakeholders have been engaged. Since then, I've had conversations with Executive Director Dow as well as Mr. Preston Breyer, their chief engineer, and we are planning to start those stakeholder engagement meetings in August.
And after those stakeholder engagement meetings, are you going to call for a vote and vote that the Port Authority proceed with the project?
Yes, I would anticipate during the next meeting that should come back for a vote, and I can't speak for my fellow colleagues, but I think it'll be approved once we just have a schedule of stakeholder engagement. Senator, I wasn't going to let them plan for our parking lot. Forgive me. When I saw like some of the footprint in the areas that they were planning to do a master plan for, as a Commissioner of Public Works, I had a major problem that I wasn't being engaged. I had a major problem knowing that Sports, Parks and Recreation had plans for several pieces in that area, the Department of Tourism, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and it needed to be some concerted effort of engagement with all stakeholders.
I definitely expect that, and I know that you are the Commissioner of Public Works and you're on the Port Authority Board, but don't you guys have a subcommittee that should have vetted that before you came before the full body?
We agree. I'm not on the subcommittee, but we do agree.
So the Senate only passed legislation, it was the responsibility of the subcommittee to do all of the vetting, et cetera, and before it comes to board for a vote. But we just want to make sure that this project for St. Croix, which is going to enhance that entire area, to include the area around Parley Joseph Stadium that we're waiting for forever, that we could have a real nice development for the Frederickson area. So I'm looking forward, and I'm glad that you're saying that you're going to partake in that engagement, and it should be coming up for vote in the next board meeting. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator VLA. Senator Fredericks, you recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again, everyone, colleagues, listening and viewing audience, and testifiers. Commissioner Gabriel, it's always a pleasure speaking with you. You're a straight shooter, and I like that. I want to talk to you about something simple, but it's been frustrating for me as a business owner, the Vitran buses, because I have employees that use it, and it is totally unreliable. Yes. In terms of them coming to work on time or having to call me to let me know that I can't make it to work because the bus didn't run. And it happens so frequently, like, I can't be the head of the Economic Development and Agriculture Committee and ask businesses to come here when I can't even provide basic transportation for employees to get to and from work. Is there no way we could standardize our transportation so that St. Croix is not like St. Thomas? I mean, it's geographically 3 times larger. It has more complications. We have to find a way so that there's some stability with this. I feel bad too because I have terminated employees because of that, and that's wrong. What can I do as a business person asking you? What can I do to get some assurance from your department that you guys could provide some relief to the business community for transportation?
So I'll say I think it's bigger than your 5 minutes would allow for, right? I know, Ms. McGregor and we talk about it all the time, establishing micro routes, getting more buses, adding more transfer stations. The list goes on and on and on to be able to really attend to the needs of the public. We're moving in that direction, which is one of the reasons why, instead of doing the heavy duty buses, we're moving toward medium duty buses with this next purchase. The transfer station in Lorraine will get us a long way, because then we can start staging buses there so that drivers could go straight there and start moving early in the morning. Like I would entertain the conversation, even if it's a committee hearing, because I think Vitran does deserve a fully exhaustive hearing to be able to not only talk about the problems, but more so what we're doing to solve those problems.
I mean, recently I know one of the buses got into an accident, ran into a gas station. Mm-hmm. That happened to be the bus that one of my employees was supposed to be on.
Yeah.
And so now that bus is out of commission, and Lord knows when that route is going to be, replaced. So these are the things that we need some repetitiveness.
Yeah.
We have issues sometimes where we have drivers but no bus, or buses and no drivers.
Correct. I would even just take a moment to say, and I know I've spoken to a few members of this body, I think that's partially why we also need to start talking about the department becoming a Department of Transportation, where you kind of focus on transportation solely. Right now the CIP, I don't want the CIP part takes up so much of our bandwidth. And I mean, nobody here is asking about a project from any other agency, but it takes up so much of our bandwidth. I think now is the time to have that discussion. It's why I think it's us, Guam, and American Samoa are only the last departments of public works. Even now Puerto Rico is the Department of Transportation and Public Works. So I think giving us that, just changing that so we could focus on transportation solely would help tremendously.
I'm a little leery about expanding more service with more government operations.
Just changing it. Okay. Changing it, not expanding.
Modifying it.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, because I don't want to hear another commissioner of this or another assistant commissioner of that. You know how we layer these things, and next thing you know, you're paying another $500,000 in just salaries, and nothing is being done.
But that's why we embrace the super PMO, because it helped us to free up some of our bandwidth with these larger projects, because one person can't manage a $300 million school,
So one other thing that keeps coming up when I have conversations with the public is about potholes. I see we have some patch holes trucks, the orange ones. They're so cool, right? but we don't actually see them doing much patching. I mean, not on my side of the island, and when I go on the other side, it's a big island, so clearly they can't cover everything. But what's the plan? How do you determine which is the most priority areas to get just a little pothole fix?
Yeah. You're asking some
30
really good
seconds.
questions. So there's a number of ways. We prioritize it using our iWork program. iWork kind of tells you where you should be prioritizing road repairs based on the age and condition of the roadways. We do take, iWork also allows for customer complaints. So we do take those seriously. And then the third thing is just eyes and ears on the road, putting our guys out there to see the areas that are in bad disrepair. I mean, every time I'm on St. Croix, I give them a list of at least 10 locations that I drive through.
Okay, real quick, I noticed on your salary listing, your personnel listing, you have over 200 pieces of equipment.
Time.
In terms of, Mr. Chair, if I can finish up with this, in terms of number of vehicles, you have over 200 vehicles with the Department of Public Works. You've got, and this includes the Vitran buses, right? So I only saw like four mechanics. One is in a vacancy, and then the other three are there. How can? And then I noticed you had another 39 inactive vehicles. So there's something wrong here.
I mean, so I'll tell you the honest to goodness truth is that we've always needed to bolster our mechanic staff. We have a lot of turnover there, especially in the last couple of years. What we try to do is we supplement Vitran with DPW staff and vice versa. And then we also depend a lot on outside contractors to do repairs. That really is where it was. I tell people, and it's no disrespect to anybody or of any age group, but the public works that exists in 2025 is very different than the one that existed in the 70s and 80s and even in the 90s. So that really is how we go about it. Diesel mechanic, the salary that we're paying for our mechanics, any mechanic in the private sector makes 2 to 3 times that amount.
Right.
So that really is what, and I do, just while we're on the topic, I want to give a special shout out to a lot of our heavy equipment operators that also are serving as de facto mechanics just because of the knowledge that they have. Especially in the St. Croix district, those guys are really the frontline folks that assist us with keeping our heavy equipment going, and they also assist with Vitran and trying to keep the buses up and running. So I just want to give them a special shout out.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Commissioner, in your proposal of going towards a Department of Transportation, who you suggested handle the CIP programs?
The PFA. So the way that it's done in Puerto Rico, which is what we were looking at, they use a similar mechanism like the PFA. Remember, the PFA actually handles capital projects. That's the only entity that I would see that where we would put the CIP there. Like I said, I think the Super PMO is a really good lesson for us on how we could do that. I would love to talk to you about it because I think any project that you would put in the PFA would have to come with management costs, so that the PFA could adequately manage it. But it's a way for those projects to be managed efficiently, and then you wouldn't bog down our procurement system because remember, the PFA also has the ability to procure. It's funny because one of my first conversations I had, it's on the books, we talked to the governor about enacting the Public Works Acceleration Authority. Yeah. But ultimately, that's what we've done with the Super PMO, is really, put that in place over on that side.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I think it's critical that we're able to, again, have you focus on that transportation aspect of that. And so we'll see how that works out. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to the viewer and listening audience. Commissioner, how are you doing today?
Doing well. How about yourself?
I can't complain, but I will complain. I want to start off with the Rattan Road. I don't know if you're familiar with that area. You just come off of the Sidney Lee Drive.
Yes.
And you make right. Why do we do half a project? One day I felt so good driving on this new section where they put the guardrails and everything, and I figured the entire section would have been paved till down to the Sign Farm intersection area, and lo and behold, I want a roller coaster after a certain distance. How come that project wasn't that complete road? Because the terrain after you pass those railings is just ridiculous up in Rattan.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Jomo McLean, Highway Program Manager. That section of Rattan that was completed, it was storm-related damages. So we had ER funds, emergency relief funds from Federal Highway for that specific segment of roadway for the repair, not the entire roadway.
So the entire road wasn't storm related, how it's eat out from the water?
No, so Federal Highway would consider, even though you might have like some degradation from runoffs of stormwater, they would say that that's considered heavy maintenance.
All right, so the big question, is there a plan to complete the remainder of that road and when?
We actually had the entire Rattan Road surveyed, and we actually have a scope developed to do that roadway. I do not have a timeline yet on when we would actually put that package out together, but we're developing an entire bid package for that.
The Calhoun Bridge project, when is the expected time for that bridge to be complete?
It should be completed in August. It should be open. The roadway should be opened in August.
I drive by there, I check that project, I can see some real aggressive work going on. I saw the piles are completed, I saw them doing some cement work there, so I really hope to see that completed in August. Now, continue speaking about these roads in Frederiksted and also some in the Christiansted town. What's the status on Queen Street and Strand Street? You know, I hear the governor for the last 2 years saying that these roads are going to be complete. But all I see happen last week or 2 weeks, the street sweeper come down, sweep the street, look all nice and clean, but the holes, patches.
So Queen and Strand in Frederiksted, you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
That is in solicitation right now. It's at DPP.
So that isn't completed being bid out, you're saying to me?
It's in solicitation, so it's actively being bid out. Yeah,
it's out to bid.
Been out to bid for quite a while based on listening to the governor and his comments.
No, let me clarify. The governor has been talking about those roads coming. And because those are federal aid routes, federal concurrence had to be sought. A proper bid package had to be done. We had to include DBE goals. There were a number of administrative things that had to be done before that package was ready for solicitation. So that's why we feel comfortable now saying that will be in construction before the end of the year.
I hold into that one, Commissioner. I live in Frederiksted.
I believe in timeline, so you sure can.
Now, let's talk about the Concordia Public Work Station. I remember you coming here to us, asking us to rezone that area because you need rezoning. And if my memory served me right, there was also funding for that project. What's the status with that? Because it's going to save your equipment the long run. You take equipment all the way from Christiansted, have to drive all the way to Frederiksted, and then have to drive all the way back up. What's the status on that project? Because in your testimony, I think it was very brief in your statement in regards to the Concordia Public Work Station.
Yeah, so that project actually went out to bid twice, and the prices that came back, I want to say, were over 200% of the budgeted cost for that project. We have a very serious decision to make as a department with whether or not we're going to pursue that project or just use the money or seek permission from FEMA to use that money for Anna's Hope. Right now, we just went through the exercise. We're finalizing it. I think we probably have 30 days before we put it out to bid. But we just significantly reduced the footprint and scope of that project to see if we could put it out to bid and get some reasonable costs. But that really is what's dictating that project now. That project has been out to bid, like I said,
30
twice.
Commissioner, I'm begging you, please. You did all the rezoning for that project. We need to complete that project.
Senator, I'd like to beg the business community to submit reasonable...
Hold on, Commissioner. Let us know the
Commissioner, your employees that has to go to Christiansted to check in for 8 o'clock, to then travel to Frederiksted. if there was a station in Frederickstead and some of your men there, you talking about time on the job. It's in the best benefit for public work to have that station going again. Because you got to leave all the way east. Instead of having a group located in Frederickstead where if there's a situation now in Frederickstead, it's 5-10 minutes. You got to put up a truck and a back on top of a trailer and then drive all the way from Christiansted down. You have to be able to put your men them where it's needed. I can understand St. Thomas, you're in a solid position. It's a pretty good sized island. And wear and tear on your equipment is going to cost you more in the long run.
Understood.
God. Now, does any of your employees receive hazardous pay?
Yes, this year we settled with our this year we thank you. We did a stipend for our operations employees this year.
Have they been receiving that pay?
They got it. They got one payment so far for our previous fiscal year. I don't know if they've received the payment for the current fiscal year.
So how is that correct me if I'm wrong, isn't that payment distributed throughout the year on a check, or how do you do it?
It's a one-time stipend.
Yearly? Quarterly?
Yeah, once a year, annually.
So they receive when last year or not this year?
Yes. I am not, like I said, I can't speak for, they received fiscal year 25? No, they received last year's. I can't speak for the current fiscal year. I don't think they received the current fiscal year.
Time.
All right, I would appreciate if you look into that because, you know, your employees are looking out for that hazardous duty pay for sure.
Yep.
And I heard you speaking about the graveyards and the walls being repaired. What's happening with Frederickstead Graveyard Wall?
Time.
That thing fought for quite some time now, and I haven't heard any discussion about that.
We're working on a scope to repair the cemetery wall.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Johnson. A point of information, Senator Vielle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, how many assistant commissioners do you have?
Right now, just one.
And the one is based where?
In St. Thomas.
Do you plan to have an assistant commissioner for St. Croix? Or how can Public Works operate without the leadership on St. Croix? I mean, usually when the commissioner is on one island, the assistant commissioner is on the next island.
Yeah,
Is there a plan? And I know at one point we did have an assistant commissioner at St. Croix. Is there a plan to fill that position?
Yes. Yes, we do. Yes, we do plan to fill the position.
What's the due date? What's the implementation period to have the position filled?
I am hopeful before the end of the year.
That's quite a long time. You recently hired a new deputy commissioner?
Yes.
And in charge of what?
The Division of Operations for St. Croix.
Okay. So that person is who is over all of the employees on St. Croix on a regular basis now?
No, that person manages our operations employees. Deputy Commissioner Carol Overson McGregor oversees our St. Croix operations employees. We have a chief procurement officer. Our St. Croix Vitron employees, transportation employees. We have a chief procurement officer that oversees our.
You said Deputy Commissioner of what is over St. Croix? Deputy Commissioner of Transportation?
No, I said Deputy Commissioner Carol Overson McGregor oversees the transportation employees on St. Croix. Deputy Commissioner Elvis Harvey oversees the operations employees on St. Croix. And
who oversees everything on St. Croix?
Me.
And then after you is the Assistant Commissioner who also lives on St. Thomas?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Vielle. You said, Commissioner, that you intend to hire an assistant commissioner in St. Croix in the near future?
That's the goal. If I could elaborate a little bit. As you know, we lost our assistant commissioner, which was Commissioner George, who now oversees the Department of Human Services. With that, it was really important to hire Commissioner George not only was the assistant commissioner, but she also did HR functions. It was really critical for us to hire an HR director. So we use that position for the HR director. Now we're in a position to hire the assistant commissioner on St. Thomas from a position perspective. I'm sorry, on St. Croix. So we do anticipate doing that before the end of the year.
Very well. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. 1, 2. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Special good afternoon to you, Commissioner Gabriel, and the members of your executive team. Commissioner, the good news is when you're number 12 on the lineup, most of the tough questions have been asked and answered. So my questions aren't going to be too difficult to you at all. Clearly, you make an entrance on St. Croix. Without question, you're seeing activity on the roadway. You're seeing road work being done. You're seeing the detour signs. So things are happening on St. Croix. Are we seeing the same level of robust activity here on St. Thomas?
Plainly, no.
Okay.
We do plan. So our downtown Charles O'Malley project touched a lot of roads in the downtown area. We're able to do paving on Crumprince's, Dominique, Crystal, Bread, Strand, Goddard's, Curacao, Espanol, portions of Raditz Gata, Regerens Gata, Gamel Gata, and Wimmelskopf Gata is next. So that's a significant amount of roads done in the downtown area. We do have paving projects planned for some neighborhoods like Cantan to finish up paving that we did in Cantan. Hospital Ground, like I said, we're also hoping to start the Estate Thomas project before the end of the year. I will be very honest with you and tell you, like I said in my testimony, Mr. Fleming is retiring at the end of the month, and we really, really, really wanted to make a tremendous push, which is why you saw us focusing on St. Croix.
Okay.
So yeah, we're gonna duplicate those efforts on St. Thomas.
Excellent. As far as this road work, do you have the staffing and the manpower to do the preventative maintenance work that is really required? I get a sense that you do not.
That's a bigger question, but short answer is no, we don't. Yeah, no.
Well, shouldn't we be asking for that in the FY 2026 budget? So this makes life a lot easier for you and the general public if we have regular maintenance, preventative maintenance.
Yeah. So the biggest thing for us, I know Mr. Jennings and we've been speaking to the engineers, we've been speaking to Mr. McLean, is they also need more equipment. Like we're looking at investing in, it's like a patching trailer instead of a patching truck. The trailers have the ability to hold asphalt for, I think it's up to 24 hours. So that should help them be able to respond to Senator Johnson's point. It would also help us if we had a headquarters on the western end of St. Croix to store equipment. But really, I think it's a matter of not just the manpower, but also the equipment. Okay. It's like which comes first. But those guys, at least in the St. Croix district, we've been seeing a tremendous difference. Yeah. We've been seeing a road patching going on. Like I said, the roadside cutting and maintenance is picking up.
I mean, I guess when you're a Crucian senator, maybe you're living in there, you don't notice it. But when I travel to St. Croix, I notice it. So
Thank you.
Definitely is happening there on St. Croix. Regarding the Gavi debt service, what are the annual debt service obligations for the $152 million Gavi issuance? And how will this impact future budgets in your estimation?
I'll ask Mr. McLean to respond.
Okay.
Jomo McLean, Senator, approximately roughly $12 million per year.
12 million.
So it leaves us with around $7 million to use for other projects.
Okay. I know one of the projects that you guys did, the Spirit of 1733 wasn't the
no, right.
That's the new one.
Yeah.
But just speaking of the Spirit of 1733, and I saw it there working during the 4th of July. People were just in a good mood. If you're in a bad mood before and you hit that vessel, it was hot. But when you got on that bus, the AC was pumping, the seats were comfortable. As far as operations, from an operational standpoint, I know this is a newer model ferry. Is the cost of operations and maintenance, is it cheaper for this vessel versus the older models?
So from an overall perspective right now, especially yes, because it is a newer ferry. We are, the operational and maintenance costs are going to increase as the ferry gets older.
But I think the biggest thing is the operator had a chance to get with the fabricator and really, understand the maintenance, how to reduce the cost to ownership over time, as well as what needed to be paid attention to.
Gotcha. So it wasn't just an off-the-shelf.
No.
purchase.
This was actually a
Gotcha.
custom-made ferry, and they had the opportunity to weigh in on the design.
Gotcha. Looking forward to the
1 minute.
The new ferry.
Right.
That will travel between St. Croix and here. I mean, maybe depending on the construction, I might be persuaded to take that ferry, because after my last experience, I promise that there's no way I can be taking a boat from here to St. Thomas again. But to St. Croix again, sorry. One of my colleagues asked about the consent decree, and I wasn't aware that we had that consent decree, a Vitron consent decree still.
Yes.
How does that impact your operations, and is that a
30
priority
seconds.
getting out from under this consent decree?
I'll let Deputy Commissioner Overseer McGregor respond.
Yes, we've had the consent decree for some time.
Yeah.
We have to maintain accessible transportation, which is part of the consent decree.
So do we get out from under the consent decree? What are the restrictions? What are the negatives or the ramifications of being under this consent decree?
One
Is
of
that
the
cost?
things that there is a cost, because we have to make sure that all our vehicles are accessible at all time, which means that the lift has to be in working condition. If at any time a lift is not working, we must have another accessible vehicle available for persons with disability or the elderly to use.
If I may conclude, Mr. Chair. So are the federal government, are they advising us as to, are you making progress towards satisfying the requirements of the consent decree, and is there a timetable as to when we will be transitioning off of, this consent decree mandates?
We do not have a timetable at this time. They do a review every so many years.
Yeah, but it's been 15 years.
Yeah.
It's a long
So
time.
every so many years, we meet with the federal court to go over the requirements of the consent decree. They have not given us a time as yet as to when they're going to close it.
Yeah, that's a long time. Finally, Mr. Chair, just one final question. Roadside vendor contracts. I know a local landscaper asked me to ask you, how does one acquire a roadside vendor contract? What's involved? Walk me through.
So
that
every
process.
2 years, we go out for bid. We do ask, we ask you to just submit your qualifications, submit your equipment listing, your pricing, and then we negotiate. It is a popular question I get, and I tell as many landscapers that are involved, 2 things. Number one, register with GVI by, because then you automatically receive the email. But number 2, also register with our website, because we do send out business opportunities as well whenever they go out for bid. It is a popular one. We do get a lot of responses. But again, and I said it, I think the last time I was asked about it here, we want new blood. We've seen this time around, new companies have been, new companies were awarded the contract, and it's actually helped to, increase the level
Excellent.
of service that we've gotten.
What's the website?
dpw.vi.gov.
Okay.
That's our website, and then I think property and procurement is dpp.vi.gov, and then just register for GVI by.
Thank you for your response, Commissioner. Thank you for your flexibility, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter. Before we go to the next senator real quickly, which will be Senator Gittins, in regards to the roadside cleanup, and I'm seeing that they're going a little bit further in these days in terms of the roadside cleaning, but we still are not able to see in some areas the white line. I think there's some need for us to do some scraping or something because of the time we have taken. And of course, with the soil and everything else coming onto the roadway, we're not able to see that white line. Is that something that you intend to undertake so that we could start to at least scrape off and be able to have those white lines visible?
Yes. In St. Croix, we've spoken to operations staff. We are putting together some maintenance of traffic plans so that we can block off some roadways and go out and do some scraping. I think we're going to start on the highway and then kind of work our ways in, and especially on those back roads where, the visibility, you don't really have highway lights, street lights. We want to make sure that the visibility on the striping is there.
What about those glow reflectors, the glow reflectors in some of those areas. As you age, and I'm getting up there myself, right? You have a true appreciation for the nighttime visibility, and obviously with the darkness of the lights, and then just the whole slowing down of your vision. I think that is critical that we start to work towards creating some reflections there. Is that something else that you're looking at, and there's a cost association, and we could perhaps look at assistance funding? But I think it's so important that we start to increase the reflections on these roadways.
Yeah, so I know yes, to answer you, we do need to do it in St. Croix. We were successful doing it here with some areas that weren't lit. And so we do also need to do it in St. Croix. So we will, right now, there's no cost. We actually have the reflectors. We just need to pay the overtime that is going to require. Because again, it's the same, I hate to keep sounding like a broken record, but it's the same group of operations employees that we're asking to do this stuff. So when you pull them away for items like installing the reflectors, then you're losing them when it comes to patching or cleaning of the towns or even assisting with the roadside clearance.
Very well. Senator Johnson, you had a point of information?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I want to kind of follow up on what your line of question was. Commissioner, at some time I passed a measure giving $1 million from the St. Croix Development account. The money was not utilized, and this year we make sure that we made it available again. What's the status on that funding? Have you guys started using it? And if you have, how much is remaining?
So you're talking about
the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund.
That was $1 million for roadside cutting?
Yes.
So I know we spent some of it, but again, we're waiting for OMB to release the rest. We've been in conversations with them. I want to say we've racked up a significant amount of bills.
Yeah, I've also reached out to OMB to try to get a status of where we at with that, because we want to continue the money until expended. However, we're trying to get the balance that's currently have already been used, so we could determine what's remaining on it.
Yeah, so I know, I know. Like I said, we've spoken to Director Reimer about it as well, because it did come in handy, especially on St. Croix. Yes. It was tremendous. Yeah.
And I must say, I see that they're finally reaching to the western part of the highway, finally, where the highway was overgrown. The side of the road was pretty much overgrown on the highway. So I saw that they reached down there, so I was interested in that. And to my colleague from St. Thomas, he need to drive St. Croix on that highway in the night. He'll figure out how good the roads are. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Senator Gittins, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. First of all, Commissioner, let me commend you and your team for the noticeable improvements in the roadside cleanup here on St. Croix. And I just want you and the team to know that your efforts have not gone unnoticed and are truly appreciated. However, I'm still concerned about the lack of visible progress in the revenue-generating public parking lot here on St. Croix, specifically the Strand Street parking lot. And what I usually do is try to go back and compare the testimonies. And I'm looking in FY24, where you spoke to the parking lot projects and you spoke about resurfacing as well as the rehabilitation of the Strand Street cashier parking lot booth. And in fiscal year 25 and this year basically says the same thing, speaks to the second phase of the Strand Street parking lot project on St. Croix, which focus on the renovations to the cashier booth. Can you just let us know what's the status, please? Because again, this is a revenue generating area and we're already seeing some of the cuts that we're going to be getting on the national level.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Senator Gittins. So we are approaching punch list items for the Strand Street parking lot. So I do anticipate, like I said, I'm just giving myself a little bit of a runway by saying September, October. But I want to say that by the end of August, early September, we definitely should have our staff back on site and collecting revenues for parking in downtown Christiansted.
I really hope that this, or not hope, but I'm going to pray that this happened, because we were told that it would have taken another 2 weeks, and this is actually 2 years later, and so we're still not there. What about the Vitron operations building? You would say that is in Anna's Hope?
Yes. So right now that project is in the final stages of contract execution for the new contractor. We were doing some grant reprogramming. That grant reprogramming is done. So now it was just to provide proof of funding and then do the final execution for that contract.
Okay. Okay. So it's not completed.
No.
Okay. The and on these roadside cleanups, again, I'd ask you the last time to take a close look at the contracts, because it seems like the St. Thomas St. John district have a total different contract to St. Croix, and I was told by you and previous commissioners that the contracts are not so much different. They just do things differently. And we need to have a talk with these roadside contractors again, because while the work is being done visibly, the debris that's left on the side of the road is just deplorable. And I'm asking again for you to just take a closer look at that.
Yeah, we did speak with them. I met with them in late May, early June. I think we resolved the problem with the debris. A lot of it was really that they were being charged tipping fees when they were dropping off trash at the landfill. So we've resolved that. We've provided the contract listing to the landfill so that we, the Department of Public Works, actually is the ones that pays the tipping fees, not the contractors.
Okay, I haven't seen that because I saw it up to this morning, and I also had a conversation over the weekend with your newly appointed deputy commissioner, I believe it is,
yes.
Harvey.
Yes.
Regarding that as well, because while I could see the cleanup heading down on the west end of the highway towards Sandy Point, now that the grass is cut on the side of the road, you're still seeing a whole bathroom tub. You're seeing a whole treadmill. You're seeing a stove. I mean, all these things on the side of the road. And again, I'm not blaming the Department of Public Works, because I'm also asking Waste Management to have these dump sites available for these people to drop these items. Because when you turn them back from there, you know what they're doing? They're going on the side of the road and dropping them things off. You know, so, and I'm going to encourage people to start taking pictures of these guys dumping stuff on the side of the road, and even at the dump site. The other day, some pictures were sent with some guys dumping stuff at the dump site there that should not have been dumped there, and then they're not putting it in the bin, they're dropping them down on the side of the bin. We got to do better as a community. But again, thank you to you and your team. I just ask you to please complete this revenue generating initiative, which is that of the Strand Street parking lot. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your responses, Public Works.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Real quickly, Commissioner, I see you have a number of your professional service contracts that's slated to expire September of 2025. Are you in the process of trying to re-up these contracts?
Yes. So we actually are. A number of them, like you said, the task order contracts, some of the emergency repair contracts. A lot of contracts are set to expire, so those are out for solicitation as we speak.
Okay.
But sorry, before you go on to the next, Senator, I want to recognize, because
I was just about to ask you.
We have a few of our interns here with us in St. Thomas, and their day ends at 4 o'clock. So I just want to recognize them right here. We have Ray Martinez II, we have Jonathan Hanna, and we have Mr. John Gums. They've been with us. They've been working with us. I think this is Ray's second time working with us, right?
Right.
Yeah. So we want to welcome them. Of course, we want to thank them for their service, and they've done a phenomenal job. I also want to thank my staff that has been working with them, Mr. McLean, Mr. Jennings, Miss Tessa Hart that you're seeing back there, Miss Kathleen Ritter. Miss Cherise Penn, Jermaine McLean.
What is the mission right now for them? They're part of the LIFT program or just some interns?
It's a mixture.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a mixture. We do have a few LIFT interns as well.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about their mission. What is it that they undertaken?
So I know some of them have been working with engineering, actually working on projects, seeing the evolution of projects, if you will. Like I said, this is Ray's second time working with us. He got to see the ferry. He got to see the commissioning of the ferry, which is really cool. They've been attending project meetings with Mr. McLean, so they've been working a little bit on Veterans Drive, and then we have some individuals that have been working in the operations division. And again, I say it, operations is really where the rubber hits the road for us. So we want them to get a good understanding of what it takes to maintain our public transportation system, but also, we want to encourage them to come back and work, whether it's at DPW or any other government agency. I just want to take a moment and recognize them and thank them.
So welcome, thank you. Anyone want to say anything? No?
Tomorrow is the closing ceremony, so they're going to say a lot tomorrow.
All right, no problem.
All right, thank you.
So real quickly, and again, that's good experience. I've been asking some of the agencies that come before us in terms of the interns, what are they doing for internship and really starting to create that next level of succession. So thank you for bringing them here today.
Thank you.
In respect to the St. Croix Ferry, and I know that you talk about it being in design, but can you just really quickly update the public and what's the next step? What's happening? Are you also developing RFP for someone to run this? What's happening in that space in terms of getting this St. Croix Ferry up and running?
Yeah, great question. So there's a number of multiple steps, actually. I'll start with Ms. McGregor is going to, in August, we're anticipating doing town hall meetings so that because there are a number of individuals and companies that have expressed interest in operating the ferry. So we're going to do town hall meetings. We recently actually did our DBE goal. So that right now is on our website for public comment. That is a part of what we need since, it's a part of our ferry boat program. Like I said, right now we have the schematic, not the schematic, excuse me. We have the proposed design. Now it's just to start working on the schematics. Once we have that contract executed, that design will move into full bore. The next thing that we're going to do as far as the actual fabrication of the ferry is to do a RFP. So I'll go out to bid, just like we did with the Spirit of 1733. Local shipyards, anybody out there will be able to bid, ask questions. We will have mandatory site visits because we want people to see where the ferry is coming. We're also pursuing changing the route, possibly amending the route so that we could come into Red Hook. That was our recommendation by one of the members of this body. See, we listen, we pay attention. We have created a task force with Port Authority because we know a level of investment is going to be needed in our facilities to bring in a ferry. So there's a lot of simultaneous things happening when it comes to the ferry, but it really is a priority of, I know Ms. McGregor's, mine, Mr. McLean's. We're really bringing all the resources to bear from the department to be able to bring this to fruition.
Is any part of that process an opportunity for the final selected vendor or manufacturer that's going to be responsible for this to actually go through the route? Because I know the discussion have always been how difficult this is. So is there an opportunity for them to be able to experience that and be able to at least have some leverage of understanding our waterways in between the islands?
Yeah, we will. That's a good question. Yeah, we'll accept that because we did it for the Spirit of 17. We did it for this current ferry, so we'll figure out how to do it. I mean, it's a longer route, so they have to be committed to doing the 2 hours or 2.5 hours or whatever it takes them to get past. But one of the criteria for us in this new ferry is it must be able to do the route in 90 minutes or less.
Yes.
And that's per federal standards. Yeah. So yeah, that's something that we're focused on. So we will, I think, good suggestion.
Okay, very well. Good. And do you have a GIS or some listing or mechanism where we can identify exactly which roadway in the territory, especially in St. Croix, when we have that $28 million that's under the federal highway roads?
We are working on it. So we're working on putting a map on the website so that people could actually see not just the Garvey projects, but also even like where we're planning to do the horizontal bundles. Like my goal is to put a tool on the website where people could really see all of the upcoming road work and see how it's interconnected. This gentleman to my left is probably tired of me harassing him about it, but we have been working. It's not as easy as it sounds, but we've also been working with Chris George. And as we do road work, we're trying to upload those to the central government's GIS system and then migrate some of that to our website.
And I think that will help too to drive the conversation, because we get a lot of calls for assistance in being able to repair roads. And some of these roads are in private developments.
Right.
You know, it's not really our responsibility or even our authority to go and fix these roads.
Right.
And I think that the public having a good understanding of what it is and our right and authority to be able to pave certain roads is required and for a petition to be done and for the road to be turned over to the government and all these things. So I spend a lot of times, responding to calls and concerns that in fact, these are private developments and we don't really have the authority, even though we have the willingness,
right?
We don't have the authority to just go and pave some of these roadways.
You're right. I mean, even to, I feel like this conversation comes up with so many members of the body, even to when we were doing the Liberty permits, that came up about private versus public, because we still require them to do the excavation permit.
Yes.
So I do think it is something that is a worthwhile project. I know I feel that's our pet project that we've been working on, and we look forward to bringing that to fruition.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead. My final question is in regards to lighting. I know that the highway is part of your responsibility, but what about the other roads?
Yeah.
The Queen Mary and the other roadways. We get a lot of calls about that, as well as North Side, Cane Bay area, Gentle Winds. We get a lot of complaints about the roadways in those areas and lighting. What is happening with that?
So street lighting is a responsibility of the Water and Power Authority. What we've been doing is, and it's taking a while, we've been trying to come up with just specifications for the lighting so that they could have some replacement parts on hand and replace them as they go out. It is something that is important. It just really, for us, like I said, it requires the interagency cooperation and collaboration. I really was hoping WAPA was coming here later this afternoon, but we'll keep at it. We'll keep at it.
And my final is that road, a piece of roadway that goes into Canigata Ballpark, going towards right at the entrance, right before you get onto the bypass.
Mm-hmm.
That continue to be when Sports and Park and Recreation were here. Recently we asked them about that piece, and it really they said that it's a discussion that we need to have with DPW. But that area is always wet and obviously, as a result of that, it's very impacted. What's happening with that piece of road there?
No, I think you're talking about on the main road.
On the main road, yeah, the
just
main
by
road going into Canigata Ballpark
yeah.
on the western side of it.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think we actually that was part of the Gallows Bay FEMA project, hazard mitigation project. So we've been, which we've kind of incorporated into the bundle. So where we have a conceptual proposed solution to that we're working on right now.
Okay. All right, colleagues, any burning questions? A point of information. Let's take a 2-minute break, and then we'll come back and allow for a wrap-up round. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance stands in recess for 2 minutes. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance is out of recess. And again, we have before us today the Department of Public Works, and we go into a burning question round. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your one burning question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quickly, you know the sign for the Benny Ben Burn sign, the name was misspelled. You know about that, right? So you working on that?
Yeah, they actually, the manufacturer of the sign made an error when he manufactured it. So he's already made the correction and
Okay, so is at no cost?
At no cost.
Okay. Are there any issues with the Liberty fiber optic trenching that is holding up Liberty?
I think at this point we're working. There's a number of things that are on my desk for review. We are working through them on a case-by-case basis. I just spoke to Liberty yesterday about a number of things. I am anticipating by the end of the month we'll fully lift the ban. We just had like I said, some small stuff, some areas that they needed to repair, because once we lift it, then they really have carte blanche to move forward with all the permitted activity.
Okay, thank you. See, Mr. Chair, that was 1.5 questions, not actually 2.
Sound almost 3.
The sign was already up.
Senator Blyden, you recognized for your burning question. Please recognize the mic of the Vice Chair, Senator Blyden.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Gabriel, I know that this is summer, and this is the time now for us to really do the striping, etc., of the different areas when it comes to the school zones, the crosswalks, etc. What's going on in that space and what the plan moving forward?
Great question. So they're moving forward. I got the first pay estimate for St. Croix, I would say about 30 days ago. If you recall, last year we did projects for both districts on behalf of the Department of Education. So those are moving forward. I could give you a more comprehensive update. I'll get from the engineering team, and I'll get back to you with that. I'll send you an email.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Senator Maurice James, you recognize your burning question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question has to do with the federal funds and the employees under that section. Are those salaries determined by the federal program? Because I noticed that the custodian under federal funds gets a little more than the custodian under the general fund.
Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner. So those are determined by the collective bargaining agreement. So they're two different collective bargaining agreements.
Thank you. Satisfies you? Senator Carla Joseph, you recognize for your burning question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask a question relative to some of the road work that was slated for the St. Thomas district, specifically Armstrong Road, De Castro Road. We had appropriated some monies to fix those roads in specific. Where are we with that? And then also, I think the Berry Road, or one of the bigger roads, needed some additional money, and I wanted to get a pricing on that so we could have consideration for that as well.
So those, thank you for the question, Senator. Those roads were slated for July. They had to be pushed to the right somewhat, probably more like September now. If you recall earlier, we mentioned the contractor that was selected for those projects was awarded the runway project for the Sierra Leone King Airport. So that did shift us a little bit.
So the contractor did not have the capacity to do both of them simultaneously.
And it was, correct. And there's the same contractor that's pursuing the downtown projects, that's doing the downtown projects as well.
I hope they're not eating off more than they can chew. It looks that way.
We'll get them going.
And yes, it looks that way. And final question, how much does it cost for the signage? With the road signage, and when we dedicate a road, do you have that cost, or is it? I hope it's in your budget.
Thank you, Senator. You can maybe respond in the chair's time. Thank you, Senator.
Yeah, we'll get that cost for you. We're working on it. When we do road, especially federal highway projects, the signage is included. I'll get the price for you for the per sign. Yes. Okay.
Thank you. I know we usually appropriate at least $10,000 for those signs, and we ain't saying $10,000 worth of signs, so we got to start looking at the receipts. Senator, Avery Lewis, you recognize your burning question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, Public Works. Good afternoon, people of the Virgin Islands. Commissioner Gabriel, I really have more of a statement to make. I want to urge each one of you there sitting up that a lot of times you all do excellent work. Public Work do excellent work, and people don't recognize it. I do recognize it. But I want to say this. We have people that go wrong and destroy these things. Some is accidents, some is malicious. We need to start finding a mechanism where we can start charging individuals when they destroy government property, because you have to be replaced and it comes with a cost. You go down Main Street, everybody lick down the light pole, but then the people them complain on the radio say the place dark. You come down here, they lick down all the palm tree them, and then everybody say the place ugly. You go different places, but we have to start charging. When the police them take the report, we have to get a report number and start filing these claims against them. Gone are the days where we could just continue absorbing that blow. So we have to work on it. Please, 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 please. It cannot be destroying the government property, because when the government mash up something, everybody will find the senator, their good friend, or whatever, to make the complaint so they could get paid. So the government need to be reimbursed as well. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. Senator Franklin Johnson, you recognized for your burning question.
Thank you very much. My burning question is wrap up on what my colleague just discussed. It's already in law. Public Work, do you have any kind of communication with public safety? Because when there's a car accident and a pole get knocked down, a railing get knocked down, that ticket should be coordinated with Public Work so that the insurance will come and pay for those poles, those railings, whatever. What communication do you have with public safety in lieu of these traffic violations that are destroying our light poles and our railings?
Yeah, great question. We're consistently in communication with the Virgin Islands Police Department. Once we get the police report, then we're able to file the insurance claim. I know we have a number of them that are in the hopper right now, whether it's accidents with Vitran, accidents with public property, signs, even the palm trees. I think last year we had our first claim. We were able to get $10,000 for one of the palm trees. Of course, it's not enough, but we have seen some success stories in both districts where we're filing insurance claims.
Oh, well, I'm glad to hear that, because we really need to make sure that we work on that so that when these signs are knocked down by cars, traffic accident, that the government get its fair share to try and replace them. And I sure do see a difference in size of sign. I don't know what makes the difference, but I see some of our signage on St. Croix maybe 2 feet, maybe 4 or 5 inches wide, and then I see some other big one and the other islands. What makes a difference in signage, especially on our roadways?
So it. It depends on the route, because if it's a federal aid route, it does have to meet certain signage requirements. It depends on if we're doing it versus if the contractor is doing it. I'll just say that I understand the issue, and it will be rectified between the districts. Let me just say it that way. Size matters.
Thank you. You can't see small signs.
Thank you very much. Senator Fredericks, you recognized for your burning question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Pleasant good afternoon again, listening and viewing audience, colleagues. Testifiers real fast. Commissioner, excellent department. Keep doing the good work. You guys came from a strong heritage, proud heritage of fine work. My stepfather retired from there. We loved public works growing up. Hit some bumps, now it's great. One thing though, I've got some people who constantly replace their own oil, use oil, and they were used to always bringing the used oil to public works.
DPW,
And now they told me you guys blocked them from doing that. What's going on with that?
Yeah, great question. So I'll put on my waste management hat. We're in the final stages of working with a company from the States to send some containment, like the containers on island, so that we could do some collection drives throughout to collect them and get the used oil off. The problem was, that collection site dates back to when waste management was a part of DPW. And what was happening is people were dumping the sites, but waste management wasn't collecting the oil. And then I was getting people that were posting it on social media saying that we weren't cleaning up our property. So it was a catch-22 for us, and we really had to cordon it off. I want to say beyond hopeful. I'm very positive that by September, you're going to see the publications going out there for used oil drives. And not just from the waste management perspective. We could talk more about it offline, but they are planning to do
You couldn't
that.
just keep it open until your stuff came?
No, we were getting fined.
Oh, okay.
Then I would have to come here and add that to our budget.
All right. Well, I'm just trying to make peace with both sides. All right. Thanks a
Understood.
lot, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it.
Very well, yeah, it was an eyesore, and then obviously because of the different containers that was brought there were leaking and spilling all over the place. So yeah, that needed some
a fire hazard.
Senator Kenneth Gittins, you recognized for your burning question.
Thank you. A quick statement first is that I want to thank you to Commissioner for reviewing the bill draft regarding the roadside maintenance and upkeep on the trees and overgrown brushes that interfere with the utility lines and encroachment on the roadways. And I'm told by my staff that that bill has been assigned to committee, so it should be coming up shortly. But my question to your agency is, what's the coordination like between your department and the Virgin Islands Police Department, specifically to the Traffic Investigation Bureau, with regards to what this secretary spoke about and the other senator from Frederick said with regards to the damaging or destruction of government-owned properties? We noticed that a lot of street signs, as soon as they put up, or these the railings, as soon as they put up, somehow it's only the new ones that these people knocking down. So what's the coordination like between the two departments? Are you getting the record, the reports, and actually going after the insurance of these vehicle owners?
Yes, so Senator, so when we do get the police reports, we are going after the insurance, or we are seeking insurance claims. It's gotten better. I know we've even spoken to the police commissioner and the different traffic commanders about attending, I think it's called roll call, like when they talk about the different, like, you have the conversation with the police officers before they go on shift. I think that's what it's called. So we've even been talking to them about attending certain roll calls so we could speak to the importance of it, because again, we spent a lot of money replacing poles, like poles on Melvin Evans Highway, and I already see 2 that were knocked down, several palm trees. We have guardrails, especially on Route 33, that have been decimated. Yeah, it's a serious problem, but it's gotten better. I would say year over year, we've exponentially gotten better. And now both departments have assigned staff
specifically for that task.
So just tell us whether or not you're receiving these reports weekly, monthly, how often? Because we know that the responsibility is through the chief's office via the traffic commander. But just tell us, when do you receive these reports? How often?
So on a case-by-case basis, I know we get them. I would say I see them probably like every two to 3 months. But like Assistant Commissioner said, especially in the remote locations, like a lot of the accidents go unreported. People are just, if the car is still drivable, they're knocking on a guardrail, they're reversing and they keep moving. In those cases, there's
we understand. We understand those, but we were just talking about the documented ones.
Yeah, the documented ones.
I just want to make sure you stay on top of that, please.
For sure.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator Gittins. Commissioner, we didn't talk a lot about the key performance indicators today. I'll leave that for the next time that you come before us, have a discussion. I just wanted you to wrap up by telling me what keeps you up at night. What is your burning issue that keeps you up at night?
Yeah, that's a good one. So I think for me it really is, and we've done a lot since 2021, and for me it's making sure that we keep the momentum going. I think collectively with this body, we had a huge win when we got the Garvey issuance done on time, on schedule, just as we said, June 5th. So now Veterans Drive is fully funded to the tune of $48 million. St. Croix has their projects, $28 million worth of road projects. And then we have the $20 million that's been assigned for the ferry. That was a huge burden off of my back. Now it really is trying to get those projects into construction. The other one for me, Senator, quite frankly, is the cemeteries. And I talk about it, a community is judged on how you deal with your waste, how you deal with your seniors and your children, and how you deal with your loved ones. And so being able to make those investments in our cemeteries really is the important one. It unfortunately, the burden always falls. The first place that we look to is raising fees, and so the burden always falls on the community. But we really want the cemeteries to get to a place where you could do guided tours. A number of people have come to us about doing some like clean and scrape type of activities. So the cemeteries is the other one. And I would say last, it's trying to make sure, and several of your members talked about it, trying to make sure that all of our employees, all 211 that are there now, have livable wages. I know we talked about the employees that are making under $30,000. We, all of us at the management table, are doing all that we can to urge the collective bargaining process forward to try to get those raises implemented.
Absolutely, and I think it's most critical that we are able to see some of these projects to completion.
Agreed.
Some of them have very much been funded for quite some time, and there's this belief and this notion that the St. Croix projects they get started, but they take forever to be finished. So we really need to, again, put that to rest and ensure that those projects are completed. And when there are instances when they're not completed in time, that there's liquidated damages that's levied against these contractors, so that we could get our fair share and start to hold people accountable. Right. I'll give you 30 seconds to wrap up, and then we'll call it a day.
Yeah. So, Chairman, I really want to thank you for a great hearing. I feel like we turned out 2/3 of the body today, so it was good. We had a really robust discussion. A couple things. Of course, I want to thank you guys for the continued support. Thank each and every member of this body, not only for your encouragement and your support, but actually putting the true legislative support behind it and passing measures that assist us. I do want to thank the public because, of course, we can't do this without the public. Anytime that we are repairing a road, there are detours, there are inconveniences, but I also want to ask in advance for your patience. There's a lot of construction going on. There's a lot of construction going on, not just on roads, but on buildings, on bridges. And there's only but so much capacity right now that we have in the Virgin Islands. So like you said, Senator, some of the projects do get delayed. We talked to Senator Joseph about some of the projects that were slated to begin in June and July having to be pushed further out. But we are committed. The men and women of this department really want to see their community improved. And I think this year, in the last 12 months, we've really got a lot of banner projects done. For me, being able to drive on Clifton Hill now or on the highway, on the connector road between Lorraine, see that no more flooding is at the Lorraine intersection, see the way that the traffic is flowing on the highway, See the striping going on now on Airport Road, see the continued enhancements that we're seeing throughout our major corridors and our neighborhoods. It really makes me feel good as commissioner that I was able to at least push our community forward, but we still have a lot to do. Finally, Senator, if I may, I just want to thank the men and women of the department, especially the 3 that are here with me and my chief of staff in the back. They are but a few, and every single employee at the Department of Public Works really puts forward their best on a daily basis. So I just want to thank them. I know from time to time the job does seem thankless, but I am one person that truly appreciates the work that they do every single day. Thank you. I look forward to the continued discussions, and I really appreciate having a great budget hearing today.
Thank you very much. Again, I want to thank my colleagues for their support today. We certainly will be back at this tomorrow. We left off Paulie Joseph Stadium because certainly we'll have that whole discussion on Friday. But I want to thank Central staff, my staff, and everyone that was made today possible. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is hereby adjourned. God bless.